Good morning. This is Judge Tammy Long, Hayward State Court of Clayton County. This is the arraignment calendar for August 22nd, 2022. I'm going to call the calendar, but first I'm going to give you some instructions and listen carefully. So for those of you who are here on this calendar, this may be your first time on the state court calendar after your first appearance in magistrate court. Here in state court, everyone is entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you need an attorney, if you cannot afford one, I can appoint one to you. I expect that I'll hear three types of pleas today, either a guilty, a not guilty, or a nolo contendory, nolo plea. A not guilty plea means that you'll have a trial. That trial will take place at a later date. During that trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to present any evidence or testimony or to defend yourself in any way. You have the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and you do not have to present any evidence or testimony. However, if you wish to do that, you may do so. I would advise that if you intend to proceed to trial without an attorney, there are significant deficits to that may harm your case. The court cannot treat you any differently because you do not have an attorney. You do not know the rules of evidence or procedure. And it may be more difficult for you to get evidence into the record of the court, which may harm your case. So please be mindful of that. If you or your attorney, however, wish to challenge any arguments made by the state, or bring any testimony or evidence on your behalf, you may do so if you choose. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that it was an error, the conviction was an error, you could appeal that conviction to a higher court within 30 days of the verdict of the court. These are the rights that come with having a trial, a jury trial. If you wish to have a trial, a bench trial before a judge, you may do that also. If you enter a plea of guilty, a guilty plea means that you believe you're guilty of the underlying offenses before the court. You may not agree with every part of the factual basis, but you do believe you're guilty of the underlying offense, and you wish to resolve your case today through a plea. A nolo plea means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present to a trial court, and you might be convicted if they were to present that evidence. You know they have this evidence, but you're not wishing to contest the evidence. You just wish to resolve the case with a plea stating that you are not going to contest this evidence. That is what a nolo plea is. A nolo plea has some benefits for you, particularly in offenses that involve traffic. If you have a traffic citation or traffic offense, a nolo plea might help you avoid penalties on your license, points on your license, or a suspension of your license. But you have to be nolo eligible, which means you have to have not used a nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. All right, and we'll discuss that with you when we get to your individual case. Also, if you have a commercial driver's license, please listen very carefully because I've had to repeat this in several contexts recently. If you have a commercial driver's license and you do not know what a conviction or a plea would do to your license, even a nolo sometimes, then please make sure that you take time to research that. If you wish to enter a plea of not guilty, then you can go ahead and do that. And when you come to trial, if you wish to enter a plea at that time, you may, or you can go to trial at that time. But please be mindful of what might happen to your commercial driver's license because it is so hard to undo what we do, and it is much easier to do it right the first time. If you are an under 21 driver, if you are not yet 21 years of age and you have a traffic offense, please be mindful that it only takes 6 points to suspend your license. Those 6 points will suspend you for 6 months, a hard 6-month suspension with no permit or school or work permit. So please make sure that if you are entering a plea today, you're mindful of the consequences of what would happen if you are under 21. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the calendar, and when I do, if you are represented by an attorney, please let your attorney speak on your behalf. Now, I do see there's somebody who's listed as iPhone 4. I cannot help you, and I don't know who you are. So please change the name on the screen so that it represents your first and last name. So whoever iPhone 4 is, if you can't do it, find a young person, click in, unmute, and tell me who you are. Maybe I can help you, but you need to change your screen name to your first and last name.
That's me, Rajni Grion. How do you do that?
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Rajni, Rosnny. Last name Grion, Grullon.
Okay, spell your last name again for me.
Grullon.
Is that correct? Look on the screen.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Now mute for me. All right. So first name on the calendar is Abdirahman Ali. Abdirahman Ali. And that's
Your Honor, I have a note here that states that this case was actually continued to the September bench trial calendar.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Lucky Miosha Brock, that case is closed. Devontae J. Kennedy, Sam Laguda, Mr. Laguda.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I think he's present. I saw him online.
I see him.
Yes, that'll be a cross this morning.
That's going to be a plea?
Yeah, cross fifth.
Oh, okay. Who's the cross fifth with? Who's the other?
Let me see if I can get the name.
Okay, because I would tell you, but it's not on my calendar.
I don't have the name here, but that's my last negotiation. Mr. Devontae, who is the co-defendant in this case? Do you remember?
Tony Hall.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I believe that's Tony Hall.
Okay.
Ms. Hall is on Zoom as well this morning, and our office represents her, but we'll need to speak with her briefly before we proceed.
Okay. So you'll need a breakout room. All right. All right. So Mr. Laguda and Mr. Kennedy, hold on just a second. Carranza Guzman, Hector Carranza Guzman. Hector Carranza Guzman.
Ron, if I move for a bench warrant, the defendant is not present.
All right. I don't see any unnamed people on the screen, and he's not in the courtroom.
Judge, Attorney Starter called me yesterday evening and said that he filed a waiver, and I'm trying to locate it. So I'm going to give him a call and tell him to email me a copy. He said he had a stamp file copy.
So Mr. Studdard is his new counsel?
Yeah, that's what Mr. Studdard called yesterday and said.
All right.
So I'm going to locate the.
So we'll file a withdrawal in that matter, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was just getting, yeah. Rontarius Franklin Davis, Mr. Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Davis is present in the courtroom, and we intend to enter a plea this morning.
Okay. All right. Is Mr. Davis, can Mr. Davis come up?
Okay.
Your Honor, with respect to Mr. Davis, if we can have a few minutes, we are currently researching an issue regarding this case.
Okay.
Moments, and then we'll be back online to provide an update.
All right. So, Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, I thought we were ready to go forward. They're going to look for something for you. Okay. Whoever is coming on as Zoom user, you need to mute your device and put your first and last name on. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Davis, we'll get back to you in a moment. Reginald Elliott, Mr. Elliott, I do not see an attorney for Mr. Elliott. Reginald Elliott.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Elliott. So, Mr. Elliott, you're charged with distracted driving and improper lane change. Do you need an attorney to assist you, or do you wish to go forward on your own?
I do need an attorney to assist me.
Okay. We can get the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis to assist you. They're gonna need some time to speak with you about your case.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part. They're gonna need some.
They're gonna need a moment to speak with you about your case. Mr. Lynch, did you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. I will handle I would like to speak to Mr. Elliott about his matter.
Do you need him to send you his phone number?
Yeah, I think that would be the best way to do it. I can give him.
All right. Mr. Elliott, do you know how to use chat?
I don't.
Okay, so there's a little box. If you look at the cursor, look at your screen, there's a little box that looks like a little cartoon bubble that says chat. Can you see that?
I do.
All right, click on that. When you click on it, you'll see a name in blue, which should be everyone. You see that?
That is correct.
All right, click on the name in blue and it'll pull down a menu. You're looking for Courtroom 304.
Courtroom 304 is selected.
All right, put your name and phone number and email address in the box and then hit send.
And that's it.
That's it. Did it pop up?
Hang on one second.
It'll, okay, now just click on it.
All right, so Mr. Lynch is receiving it. If you see in a few minutes, if you see a number that you don't recognize or a private number, go ahead and pick up. That's going to be Mr. Owen Lynch, who's with the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis, okay?
Okay.
If you get disconnected, don't freak out. You can just come back in, all right?
Okay.
Judge, may I request that if the state has a recommendation, if they could somehow send that through the chat, that way I can apprise Mr. Elliott of that issue when I speak to him.
Yes, will do.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler.
You're welcome.
All right, so Elliott Grion.
I believe he is on the Zoom
He
chat.
is.
Yes, ma'am.
Did we miss Gray? Did we miss Gray?
Oh, did I miss Gray? I'm sorry.
Trenton Gray?
Trenton Renard Gray, you're correct. I'm sorry, Trenton Renard Gray.
Mr. Gray is, we've been appointed and he is present in the courtroom.
Okay.
I think Mr. Taylor spoke to him.
I left a message with him, so we'll need a moment to speak with him.
Okay, so Gray, Mr. Grion, you all need a moment to speak with Mr. Grion?
Yes, Judge, I think we may be resolving Mr. Grion's case, but we do need to just make sure we're on the same page.
All right, so Mr. Grion, I may put you in a breakout room later on. I'll give you instructions at that time. Just go ahead and mute for me and you're good. Thank you. Tony Janelle Hall.
Yes, Your Honor. We represent Ms. Hall. I have not spoken to her yet. I left a message, but she is on the Zoom call. So
Okay.
for Mr. Laguta's announcement, we anticipate across Fifth, but I need to discuss the specifics with Ms. Hall.
All right, so I'll put you in a breakout room at the appropriate time. Armando Hernandez. Armando Hernandez.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hi, Mr. Hernandez, how are you? So, sir, you're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. You all have an announcement for Mr. Hernandez?
Judge, just that we would need to speak to him today, get some good contact information for him. I believe we tried to contact him, but weren't able to yesterday. So we just need to do a breakout room with Mr. Hernandez.
And if he could
All right.
his
Yes.
number as well, that would be useful.
Mr. Hernandez, if you could click on the chat function, do you see the thing that looks like a little cartoon bubble?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you click on that, when you see the name in blue, which says everyone, click on that. And when the pull down menu comes down, you're going to choose Courtroom 304.
Okay.
put your name, phone number, and email address in that box and hit send, and Mr. Lynch will get that on the other end.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Holt, Kamari Raylyn Holt. Holt, Kamari Raylyn Holt.
Your Honor, the statement move for a bench warrant.
Last call for Holt, Kamari Raylyn. Bench warrant will be granted.
Thank you.
Howell, Glenn, that's closed. All right. Malcolm Jackson, Malcolm Jackson.
Your Honor, Mr. Jackson's present in the courtroom and we intend to enter a plea today.
Okay. Tashira Michelle. Tashira Michelle.
Your Honor, statement move for a bench warrant.
Last call for Tashira Michelle.
And Ms. Michelle is represented by our office. We attempted to reach her, but her telephone number is not in service.
All right, Mr. Ochoa, I see you. All right, bench warrant will be granted. Bond forfeiture will be granted. It seems like she's gotten 2 previous bench warrants, so the next one is she's gonna have to stay for a minute so we get this resolved. Pierre Nunez. Last call for Pierre Nunez.
Your Honor, statement move for a bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
Roberto Arturo Ochoa.
Judge, I had this opportunity to speak to Mr. Ochoa last night. I anticipate we will be entering a not guilty plea today. However, I would like to make sure I have a chance to speak to him before I make that announcement official.
All right, so Mr. Ochoa, if it is a not guilty plea, then the court is going to release you. But give me a few moments to let Mr. Lynch verify anything that he may need to talk to with the state, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Maria Pedigree.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pedigree is in the courtroom this morning. I would like an opportunity to speak with the prosecution on this matter.
Okay.
And additionally, the alleged victim in Ms. Pettigree's case is present as well, and he had requested to speak with the victim advocate.
Okay, so Ms. Hemphill or Investigator Pugh, I guess you can address the person in the courtroom. I don't know who it is, so if you all will take care of that for me, thank you. Aaron Keith Robbins. Aaron Keith Robbins.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Robbins. All right, this is Lister Holt Dennis case.
Yes, Your Honor. I have not had a chance to speak to Mr. Robbins. I think we had some expired contact information. I would request if he can send his phone number and email through the chat, and then I will speak to him about how he wants to proceed today.
All right, so Mr. Robbins, you have 2 cases. What I want you to do is, can you touch your screen and find the chat function for me?
Yeah.
See it?
Okay.
All right. Click on there, and do you see something that says everyone?
Yes.
Click on the blue box that says everyone. When you click on it, it'll bring down a list. You're looking for Courtroom 304.
Okay.
All right. When the box comes up, click on Courtroom 304. When the box comes up, put your name, your phone number, and if you have an email address, put that in the box and hit send.
Okay, I don't. But Judge Honor, by chance, could that be, we settled this case today since I'm out of state. I'm in the rehab center in Florida.
Okay, so, okay, Mr. Robbins, wait. Don't tell me anything else. That could help your attorney negotiate the case with the state. So just don't tell me anything else. Tell Mr. Lynch, and he's going to bring that information to me, okay? I don't want you to say anything that might jeopardize your defense in either of these cases, okay?
Okay.
All right. So the fact that you're in a rehab center, that's a good thing, no problem, but just let Mr. Lynch talk to you, okay?
Okay,
All right, did you send him your phone number?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Lynch, did you get that?
I do not see, or, wait. I see a message with his name. I do not see a phone number yet.
All right, send that back to him and let him, when it pops up, he can put his number in. Just hit send and
My
send.
phone number or your number?
Yeah, Mr. Robbins, you have
Yes.
your phone
Yes,
number?
Your Honor. I'm
Okay, just type your phone number into the box and hit send.
If you don't have, if your phone number, if I'm able to contact you on that today, that would be great. If not, we can do a breakout room, I said.
Yeah, we'll do a breakout room for Robbins also. So Mr. Robbins, just hold on, mute your device until we're ready to talk to you, okay?
okay.
Thank you, sir. Tamara Cherie Thomas. Tamara Cherie Thomas.
Your Honor, state move for a bench warrant and a bond.
Last call for Tamara Cherie Thomas. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
We did reach out and we do not have a good telephone number for Ms.
Yeah, she came in and was, I guess, had gotten a bench warrant before and bonded out, but she didn't update her information or, contact you all. So Adam Wiley.
Your Honor, state move for a bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Last call for Adam Wiley.
And Mr. Wiley is represented by Lister Holden Dennis. We have a phone number, but when I attempted, it said it was not in service.
All right, so bench warrant bond forfeiture for Wiley. That's the last case on the calendar, ladies and gentlemen. So it is my understanding that Ollie is continued, Brock is closed, Kennedy and Hall are going to be across Fifth. Mr. Taylor, you need to speak. Hall.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You don't have a case for Rashad Moorfield?
I do not, Mr. Moorfield. Did I miss anything, someone?
You did not judge unless he's on either the 11 or 1 o'clock.
Okay, hold on, sir. Let me get the 11.
Okay, I'm early, sorry.
You see it?
Yeah, yep, sorry.
Okay, so you feel free to come back at the appropriate time. You don't have to sit here and listen to this. You got about 30 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Same sign on.
Okay.
All right. So Carranza has a waiver. Kennedy is that cross Fifth. So Davis is going to be a plea. Do we need to go forward with that now?
No, Your Honor, we're still doing.
Oh, okay, we're still all right.
Mm-hmm.
Elliott is you need to speak with Mr. Elliott. So essentially, you all need a lot of speaking to folk. Let me set up the breakout rooms that you need set up. But first, y'all have people in the courtroom that y'all can speak to. So tell me what you need me to do. Mr. Taylor, I see that you're on separately. So if you want to take your phone in the conference room, you can have breakouts with people while Mr. Lynch talks to courtroom people or however y'all work it.
That's a very good idea, Your Honor.
I'm not your boss, but I'm not, I'm just logistics.
Is Mr. Lynch, Judge, sorry, is Mr. Lynch ready for Tony?
Not yet. He's going to talk to Ms. Hall now. Hold on, Mr. Laguda.
All right.
Place me and Ms. Hall in a breakout room, Your Honor, or my
Sure.
login.
I got you.
Speak independently. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, Mr. Laguda, he's going to talk to Ms. Hall now. Hold on.
Very well, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And also, Judge, I can walk down if any of the attorneys need to pre-trial. I think 1 or 2 cases that want the pre-trial, so I can walk down to the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hagler. And I'm sure Ms. Hemphill or Investigator Pugh have already addressed it, but there was some witness there who wanted to speak with y'all's office.
Correct. Ms. Hemphill is already down there, except about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Yes,
All right. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right. So put Mr. Taylor and Ms. Hall in the breakout room. And Mr. Lynch, did you need anything right now? Or are you talking to the people who are in the courtroom?
Judge, yes, I'll be speaking to people in the courtroom and a few people I have their phone numbers to contact them as well.
Okay. All right. So if you just mute the courtroom device and we'll be back in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, just please be patient. This is the important part. So once we get this done, we'll roll with pleas or announcements or whatever we need to do. Thank you.
can't read that.
All right, sir, on the iPhone, I'm gonna need you to put your first and last name on the screen. What's your name for me?
Armando Hernandez. I thought the lawyer was calling me, and I answered the call. I'll change the
No,
name.
we just called your name. So they
Armando
may have called
Hernandez.
you. No, he hasn't called you yet. I think he's still doing people in the courtroom.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm actually going to step out into the hall and give you a call in about 3 minutes, okay? If you could mute, I don't know if you're on this same device, if that's your phone.
Yes, I'm on the same device.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you get kicked off of the screen and you have to come back in through Zoom, it is not a problem. Don't panic. Just use the same login and come back in, okay? It's all right.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call you in 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello?
No, I should be connected.
Mr.
Am I,
Tay, whoever you're talking to is connected also.
am I connected? I'm trying to find out, am I connected with someone?
You're connected with the courtroom, sir.
Okay, so do
Also
I just,
me.
all right, so
So what?
do I go sit and wait to be called? I never done Zoom before. I'm just trying to feel my way through this. What do I do now?
Okay, sir, what is your name?
Austin Castleberry.
Okay, Mr. Castleberry, you're on the 11 o'clock calendar. We're still dealing with the 10 o'clock calendar. I'll put you on the computer. But after that, just stay muted until we're ready to deal with your case, okay?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if you heard my announcement from Ms. Hall, but
No.
we are going to be ready to proceed with the cross-fifth. When
All right.
Mr. Woodard and his client's ready.
All right, is Ms. Hagler in the courtroom, or is she ready?
Ms. Hagler's present.
Okay, let's let her get back to her desk before we start doing that.
Judge, I do have one announcement.
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
I've spoken to Mr. Hernandez. He does want to enter a not guilty plea today. And I've gotten his contact information and kind of discussed the trial process, and he understands he's going to have to come back. But we have probably a motion to file in this case. And so,
All right, Mr. Hernandez, if you have bond conditions, please be mindful of those bond conditions. You do not want to violate those, because violating your bond conditions could result in you having your bond revoked and you being admitted to jail until your case is resolved, or you being charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, or all three of those things. Okay, so please make sure that you adhere to your bond conditions and keep in touch with your attorneys. All right.
Yes, thank you. Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
I'm done, right?
yes, you may log off, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to now call Mr. Elliott. I wasn't able to get in touch or get a call through to Mr. Elliott. Could I request a breakout room with Mr. Elliott? I believe just because this is traffic, I may be able to just speak to him in a breakout room pretty easily.
No problem. I'm gonna go ahead and put you all in breakout room number 3.
This is Mr. Elliott. I resent that chat. The first one that I sent, I kind of miscomposed the last 4, so I sent another message with the right number.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give you a call then on that number. That may be easier for everybody in the courtroom not to have to listen to me. So
sorry about that.
No problem. It's just 8298 instead of.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna call.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're ready to proceed forward with Mr. Davis. Ms. Hagler's in the courtroom and can present the factual basis here as well.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Davis, come on up.
Got you. Just speak loud enough so that
Mr. Davis, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on Rontarius Franklin Davis, 2021 CR 06885 for suspended registration, count 1, no tag or expired or invalid tag, count 2, and marijuana 1 ounce or less, count 3. Mr. Taylor, what does your client wish to plead to in this offense?
Yes, Your Honor. Count 1 is to be null pros. Count 2, my client pleads nolo. Count 3 is also to be null pros.
Okay. By entering a plea of nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial, a jury, or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 24th of 2021, Officer D, as in David, Hidalgo, H as in happy, I as in ice, D as in David, ALGO, observed the defendant driving a silver in color Chevrolet Impala. The tag was run through NCIC as well as GCIC to check for registration status and insurance status as well. The system returned showing the vehicle to have suspended registration At that time, the officer conducted a traffic stop. Upon making contact with the defendant, the officer smelled an odor of burnt marijuana that was detected coming from the inside of the vehicle. Based on the officer's knowledge, training, and experience, there was probable cause to search the vehicle, and during that search, the officer found a small plastic bag containing approximately 3 grams of suspected marijuana. Your Honor, at this time, the state's offer, count 1 is going to be non-pros, count 2, a fine of $100, and then count 3 is going to be non-pros. All of these events occurred in Clayton County, Georgia, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, the fine, count 2 is $100, counts 1 and 3 will be no pros. The total would be $151.50 with the surcharges. Do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
I could pay it today.
All right, sir, when you go down, you're gonna go downstairs to the second floor. You're gonna go to the traffic court window. When you come through the double doors, go to your left. And once you get to the window, they'll accept your payment and they'll give you your paperwork, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Be safe.
Thank you, Judge.
Excuse
All
me,
right.
Judge, was this a guilty or no-lo?
Nolo.
Thank you.
All right, let me know when y'all are ready on something else. Are we ready on the cross fifth for Hall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
I'm ready to, Judge.
1 second. Mr. Laguda,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Hall.
And Ms. Hall, if you could turn your camera on as well as unmute.
And Mr. Kennedy. All right, Ms. Hagler, let me know when you're ready.
For the cross, too.
You ready on that one?
Yes, and Mr. Woodard has his phone on the line as well.
Okay.
All right, this is case 2021, sorry, 2023 CR 04877 for Devontae J. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy is represented by attorney Sam Laguda. Also before us is the case 2024 CR 01429 Tony Janelle Hall. Ms. Hall is represented by attorney Taz Taylor with the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Laguda, Mr. Taylor, you have each indicated that your clients wish to exercise the process of a cross fifth at this time. Is that correct, Mr. Laguda?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right. Mr. Laguda, have you explained to your clients the implications of a cross fifth and their rights?
Yes, Judge, I did.
All right, Mr. Taylor, have you explained to your clients the implications of a cross fifth and their rights in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Hall and explained her Fifth Amendment rights.
All right, Ms. Hall, Mr. Kennedy, raise your right hands for me.
Ms. Hall?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true? Ms. Hall?
And Ms. Hall, you'll need to unmute your phone.
I do.
And Mr. Kennedy, unmute, please.
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Laguda, if you'll go over the rights with your client.
Mr. Kennedy, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
All right. Are you the defendant in this case before the court this morning?
Yes.
Is it your wish to assert your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination in this case?
Yes.
By doing so, is it your wish not to testify in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, all right. And Mr. Taylor, would you do the same for Ms. Hall, please?
Ms. Hall, are you the defendant in case 2024 CR 01429?
Yes.
And are you the named cross party in case 2023 CR 04877?
Yes.
And it's your wish to not give any testimony to incriminate yourself in the case that you're charged with. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Does the state have anything to put on the record in these cases?
Your Honor, based on the fact that these are cross-fit defendants, that would just be dismissing this case.
All right. So
Thank you.
go ahead, ma'am.
We're gonna dismiss both cases, Your Honor.
All right. So then the case of 2023 CR 04877, Devontae J. Kennedy, and the case of Tony Janelle Hall, 2024 CR 01429. Ms. Hall is charged with criminal trespass. Mr. Kennedy was charged with criminal trespass. Each of these cases will be no pros per the cross fifth that has been recorded on the record here today. Mr. Hall, Ms. Hall, Mr. Kennedy, you know what got you here before this court. Please be mindful of the circumstances that y'all are in. If you cannot communicate effectively with each other, then y'all just may not need to have any communication with each other. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do y'all have any kids together or anything I should be concerned about?
Yeah, we do got kids.
Of course you do. All right. So this is what I would advise. If you, Mr. Kennedy, have not legitimized your children, go through the Superior Court, legitimize your children, because they're not legally yours until you do that. The second thing is—
I did that already.
Okay. So do y'all have a visitation schedule, child support, all of that is worked out through the courts?
No, I ain't no child support.
Okay, y'all act like child support is a bad thing, but a parent—
No, I'm not on child support though.
No, I'm saying y'all act like it's a bad thing, but knowing how much money you have to budget for with your child every month is not a bad thing. Trust me. But what I say is those are the issues that come up that lead you back here to this court. So what I'm saying is, if you want to have a clear understanding of your obligations to your child, to each other, and how to communicate, get all that down in writing. Because when y'all got to figure it out yourself, you're going to end up back here before me. And the child needs to be taken care of in a way that they can expect to always know that money is going to come in on time so those needs can be met. Food, housing, insurance, shoes. Kids are growing, like the way kids grow nowadays, they're growing out of clothes tomorrow. So it makes sense for both parents to be aware of what the financial situation is and how that's going to be handled, and it be straightened out instead of giving that the opportunity for another point of confusion. That's all I'm saying. All right. So y'all, I've given my little speech. Y'all are free to go at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, George. Am I going to get a copy of the order, Your Honor?
Mr. Laguda, if you want to email send your email to Miss Wright, Amanda Wright, by chat.
Okay. All right, George, will do. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, who's next? Are we, Mr. Kennedy, you're free to go. Okay, so left I have Elliott, Grion, Howell, Jackson, Pedigree, and Robbins.
So, Judge, if I need to speak very briefly to Mr. Elliott one more time, so I'm going to call him again in 1 second, and then have a plea for Mr. Elliott, and then Mr. Grion. After that, I'm going to call him, and I believe we'll have a plea for him as well.
Okay. All right. We had a plea for Jackson. Are we ready to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor. We're ready to proceed.
All right. Malcolm Jackson. Raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down, Mr. Jackson. You're before the court for case 2024 CR 03001 for no license, count 1, and speeding, count 2. Mr. Taz Taylor is your attorney. He's representing you here in court. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson pleads nolo to both count 1 and count 2.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about March 28th of 2024 in Clayton County, Georgia, Officer M as in Mary Milligan, M as in Mary, ILLIGAN, visually estimate the defendant's speed to be approximately 50 miles per hour as he was traveling on Georgia roadway of Garden Walk Boulevard near the Medical Center Drive. Officer Milligan observed the defendant's speed to be going 50 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour school zone. Upon checking the defendant's information through GCIC, Officer Milligan learned that the defendant was not licensed to drive in Georgia and that he also had an active warrant out of Fulton County. At this time, the state's offer on count 1 is going to be 12 months to serve 5 days. Community time served, balance suspended. Count 2, 12 months to serve 5 days. Community time served, balance suspended. To run.
All right. All right, Mr. Taylor, anything else on behalf of Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, 12, Mr. Jackson, on each of your offenses, I'll accept the nolo plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 5 days, credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia, and that is on counts 1 and 2, same sentence, to run, and 2 runs concurrent with count 1. All right. All right, sir, you're free to go. Be safe and make sure you're always in compliance on your license, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we're ready to proceed with Ms. Pedigree.
All right. Raise your right hand for me, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Maria Pedigree, 2024 CR 00876. You're represented by Attorney Taz Taylor, who's with you at the podium. You're charged with 2 counts of criminal trespass. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, my client pleads nolo to count 1, criminal trespass. The second criminal trespass, I believe, merges with count 1.
All right, but by entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And ma'am, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about January 20th of 2024, Officer Z as in zebra, Wyndon, W as in where, I-N, D as in David, O-N, responded to 315 Arrowhead Boulevard, Jonesboro, Clayton County, Georgia, in regards to a domestic disturbance. Throughout his investigation, he learned that the defendant did intentionally damage a cell phone and a debit card. These items belong to the victim, Brandon B as a boy, R-A-N, D as in David, O-N, Banks, B as in boy, A-N-K-S. The defendant and the victim were boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, were living in the same residence. The defendant threw the victim's phone on asphalt, breaking the cell phone, as well as cut the victim's debit card in half. The damage was determined to be less than $500. You are at this time, the state's offer for count 1 is going to be 12 months to serve 3 days. Credit for time served, balance suspended, a fine of $300 to be suspended upon the defendant completing her mental health treatments and following those recommendations. There is also to be no violent or harassing contact with the victim in this case. Count 2 is going to merge, and also, Your Honor, the victim is here and who would like to provide a victim impact statement for the court.
All right, they can come on up.
1 second, Your Honor. He's coming now. Just make sure you speak loud and clear so that everything can be clear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Tell me what you want me to know.
I've been together 27 years. It was a small mishaps in medical and mental health issues, but through my mother, we gotten the help. She gotten the help that she needed, and she's on her medicine daily. My mother makes sure of it, and it's a small glitch in the matrix. We're just trying to get her back home so we can move on with our lives. She's taking her medicine as she's supposed to, and we found out every problem that it was. We're having no problem. Everything is fine.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to accept Ms. Pedigree's plea. So let me just go ahead and bring her back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So Ms. Pedigree, I'll accept your plea of nolo to count 1. Count 2 will merge. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 3 days. Credit for time served. Balance will be suspended. The $300 fine will also be suspended as long as you take your mental health medicines and meet with your physicians as necessary and have no violent or harassing contact with the alleged.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, ma'am. I say this all the time. Mental health issues are nothing to be ashamed of. If people have diabetes or if they have high blood pressure and they don't treat them, what happens? They get sick and they die, correct?
Wow.
So stay on your meds. If those meds aren't working for you, talk to your doctor about what they're doing to you, and then maybe they'll change the dose or change the medicine. They got new medicines coming out all the time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, don't self-medicate. All right, you're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I believe we're ready on Mr. Elliott and then Mr. Grion to follow. We're also ready.
All right, I'm ready on, Elliott. Is Elliott in the courtroom or on the screen?
He's on Zoom. Mr. Elliott, can you unmute your mic? I'm sorry, can you turn on your camera so the judge?
Oh, there you are. All right. There you are, Mr. Elliott. All right. Mr. Elliott, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Elliott, you're before the court on case 2021 CR 07972 for distracted driving and improper lane change. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Owen Lynch is with you. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offense before the court?
Judge, my understanding is exchange for the plea, because of his showing proof of a hands-free device, the distracted driving charge will be null pros, and he's going to enter a no contest plea to improper lane change.
Okay, by entering a plea of nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Elliott, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the 2 traffic citations in the packet on or about October the 16th of 2021, Officer Dalton, D as in David, A-L, T as in tree, O-N, last name Owens, O-W-E-N-S, cited the defendant for improper lane change as well as distracted driving, cellular or mobile. Your Honor, the state's offer at this time, we're going to null pros count 1 and a fine of $100 on count 2.
Do you say $100?
I'm sorry, 50.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Elliott, the fine is $50 on count 2, $83.25 with the surcharges, sir. If you're not at the courthouse, I always give you 30 days to pay. Will you need more than 30 days?
No.
Okay, I'll give you 30 days in which to pay. Mr. Lynch, do you have Mr. Elliott's email address?
I know I have his phone number. I'm not sure about the email address. I can get that through the phone. Does he, is there a way for him to pay online?
Yes, there's an online payment option, but they'll explain all that when he gets his information. So Mr. Elliott, do you have an email address, sir?
I do. It's relliott303@gmail.
Okay. We're gonna send you your email, by email, your sentencing sheet that has all of your information that we discussed today.
Okay.
It's also gonna have in the email the ability to pay online or by phone. If you
Okay.
choose that way, they'll have that instruction in.
Wonderful. Can you just confirm the email address that I gave you, please?
relliott303@gmail.com.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so, sir, at this time, you're free to go. Just check your email. If you don't see it by tomorrow, check your spam, and then it should be in there, okay?
Wonderful.
All right, be safe, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lynch, who's next?
Mr. Rosny, Grion, if that's how you pronounce it.
Grion.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Grier?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Rosny Hoffman Grier, 2021 CR 08048 for marijuana 1 ounce or less and drug objects. Mr. Owen Lynch is representing you. Mr. Lynch, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, to the, I believe it's count 2, possession of a drug-related object. He's asking the court to accept a no contest plea. In exchange for his plea, the state has agreed to null pros count 1, possession of marijuana.
All right. By entering a plea of no load to count 2, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Grier, if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Say that again.
No, that's for somebody else. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about July 8th of 2021, Officer Armando Rios, RIOS, was patrolling on Platte, P as in Paul, LATTE Drive, and Laramie, LARAMIE Drive, when he observed the defendant parked his vehicle across 3 parking spots. The officer made contact with the driver and asked the driver if everything was okay. The defendant said that yes, everything was okay and that he was just smoking weed. The officer smelled an odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. He asked the defendant to turn off the vehicle and step out of the vehicle. The officer then searched the vehicle, and throughout his search, he found a small black package with a green leafy substance that appeared to be marijuana. The officer also found a red drug-related object, specifically a grander, GRANDER, and a holder. Both objects did contain a small amount of green leafy substance. The officer also found a red tray with the green leafy substance on it as well. All of the items were found on the driver's door. At that time, the officer did weigh the green leafy substance. They did weigh about 1.7 grams. Your Honor, at this time, and these events did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. At this time, the state is going to null cross count 1 and then a fine of $100 on count 2.
All right, so sir, the fine is $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. You're away from the courthouse, so I automatically give you 30 days in which to pay. Will you need more than 30 days? I can give you up to 60.
No, that's fine, ma'am.
All right, so if you will put your email address in the chat function, you're going to send it to Miss Amanda Wright, RYTE. So when you click on chat, you'll see the name in the blue box. Click on that, and you're looking for Amanda.
Right, the deputy state court
Yes,
clerk. Okay.
that's her. So just send her your email address, check it twice to make sure that there are no mistakes. And then once you get your paperwork, there'll be instructions for how to pay online or in person, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I just sent it to her.
All right, just please make sure you do not miss the deadlines for payment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so sir, you're free to go at this time and be safe, sir. And sir, don't nobody come knocking on your door to see if you smoking weed in your house, but they will come on your door if you smoking weed in the car. I'm
Yeah,
just
man.
saying.
Yeah, I know.
All
I
right,
know.
I'm not giving you any instructions. I'm just pointing
No.
out facts.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
you're right. All right, have a good one. Thank you.
You too.
All right.
All right, so we have Gray and Howell left.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, and Robbins.
Gray, Howell, and Robbins. I was just about to call that.
Do I need to go ahead and make the announcement for 11 o'clock? And then you all come back to those three?
Yes, Judge. I think I also have Mr. Roberto Ochoa, who I was just about to make a call.
Yeah, you said something about Mr. Ochoa was going to be a not guilty, but you needed to confirm something. So, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the 11 o'clock calendar, I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the 11 o'clock calendar for August 22nd of 2024. This is the criminal arraignment calendar. In your case, this may be your first time on the calendar before the state court, where your case is going to.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
if I could have a moment to go back to my office to get my calendar. I only brought the 10 o'clock, so.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna give the preliminary instructions before I do the call. All right, go ahead. So this, you may not have had your case before the state court. This is your first opportunity. We're going to tell you that everybody is entitled to have an attorney if you choose to have one. If you do not have the money to afford an attorney, we can appoint one from the law firm that is assisting us today. If you wish to enter a plea today, I expect to hear one of three pleas. The first plea is not guilty. It means you're choosing to have a trial by jury or trial by judge. Either way, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to give any evidence or testimony against yourself. You have a Fifth Amendment. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means nobody can force you to testify. Nobody can promise you anything to get you to testify. And so when you come to trial, you don't have to do anything but show up. The state has the burden of proving the case. Now, I do caution you that if you go to trial without an attorney, you are risking some severe damage to your case. And the reason I say that is because judges cannot treat you any differently than we treat an attorney who is on the other side of the case. Attorneys know the rules of evidence, they know the rules of procedure, and they know how to get evidence into the record of the court. If you don't know those rules, then you may be hampered in getting your evidence before the court, and it may damage your case. So if you choose to go to court, to trial without an attorney, please be mindful of that. However, when you're at trial, you do not have to present evidence or testimony. If you wish to, you may. If you wish to challenge any arguments made by the state's attorney, you may do that also. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you were convicted, but you believe that there was a mistake and you were convicted wrongfully, then you could appeal your conviction within 30 days of the verdict of the court. So these are all the rights that come with going to trial and entering a plea of not guilty. If you enter a plea of guilty, you give up those rights. And if you enter a plea of nolo, you give up the rights associated with going to trial. However, we will resolve your case today if you enter a plea of guilty or nolo. And guilty means that you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense. You believe you actually did it, even if you do not agree with every aspect of the factual basis that is reported by the state. And you wish to enter your plea of guilty and complete your sentence today. By entering a plea of nolo means nolo contendere, it means no contest. It means you understand the state has evidence that they could provide to a court, which could result in a conviction. You are not contesting that evidence, but you also do not wish to enter a plea of guilty or admit guilt to that evidence. You just want to resolve your case. Now, a nolo plea has some benefits. If you are nolo eligible, meaning you have not pled nolo within the last 5 years for the same or similar offense, then a nolo plea might assist you in different ways. With traffic offenses, it might help you avoid penalties such as points on your license or a suspension of your license. If you are a commercial driver, if you have a CDL, please be mindful that you need to know what is going to happen to your CDL if you enter a plea or if you are convicted. We cannot tell you what would happen. If you are at all unsure and you are afraid of risking your ability to earn a living, please enter a plea of not guilty. That will give you time to prepare for trial. And you can also research what might happen to your CDL. At the date of trial, if you want to go forward with a trial, that's fine. If you want to take a plea, that's fine. But at least you will know how this will affect your ability to drive and earn a living for your family. If you are under 21 years of age and you have a traffic offense, be aware that you only need 6 points to suspend your license. And that suspension is going to be 6 months, a hard 6-month suspension. So please be mindful that if you enter a plea here and you pick up those points, you only need 6 to be a full hard suspension. And a no-low plea may not work the same way for you that it works for other drivers. So please be aware of that if you are under 21. All right, last announcement, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you have your first and last name on the screen if you are appearing by Zoom. If you are not sure how to do that, touch the screen or put the cursor on your name on the screen where you are designated. And usually that means you have entered your phone designation or something that tells me what kind of phone you have. That doesn't help me. Put your cursor there. You should see a blue box with 3 white dots. Click on that blue box. Down at almost the bottom of the blue box, you will see rename. Click on rename and type your first and last name into the box, okay? So please rename yourself if you do not have your first and last name on the screen. All right. All right, Ms. Hagler, just let me know when you're back at your desk.
I'm ready. My wonderful legal assistant brought all my files, so I'm good.
Nice. You good people. All right. So the first name on the calendar is Mickey Blount. Mickey Blount or Blunt. Blount? Is it Blount? Mickey Blount. B-L-O-U-N-T.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant of bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant will be granted. Bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
Next name on the calendar is Austin Castleberry. Austin Castleberry, represented by Lister Holton Dennis.
He's present on the call.
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Lynch is representing Mr. Castleberry, so I'll have to defer.
All right, Mr. Lynch, do you need a breakout room? Do you have an announcement for Mr. Castleberry?
Your Honor, we'll need to speak to Mr. Castleberry. We left a message for him previously, but I haven't spoken to him. So
okay, he was up earlier, but I don't see him now.
I did see him.
I'm sorry?
I conclude that I saw him earlier as well.
Okay, so we'll see if he's having trouble and he's coming back on. Damian Gerard Compton. Damian Gerard Compton.
He's not here.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Damian Gerard Compton. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
Next case on the calendar is Shanika Rochelle Ellis. I'm sorry, Shanika Rochelle Ellis.
And Your Honor, this is a co-defendant case to Mr. Austin Castleberry. I see that Lister and
Castleberry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're back. Good.
I see that Lister and Holt is listed on both cases, so it appears that you all may have to contact on one.
All right, is this Miss Ellis? If
Your Honor,
Miss
I
Ellis,
represent Miss.
okay.
Yes.
If
I
you're
represent Miss Ellis,
driving,
Your Honor.
okay, hold on. Everybody stop talking. Okay. Miss Ellis, if you are driving, I'm going to need you to pull over and stop your car somewhere because I'm hearing a lot of ambient noise in your car and it sounds like you're driving. Are you driving?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, who was that with all the boom, boom, boom in the back? All right.
Yeah,
Okay. So, Ms. Ellis, you are represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. Mr. Taylor, I see that Castleberry and Ellis are both represented by Lister, Holt and Dennis. Is there a conflict?
Excuse me, Mr. Tom Ford is here to represent me.
Okay, so no conflict. All right, so Mr. Ford, Tom Ford is your attorney?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll file the withdrawal on Ms. Ellis and we'll speak to Mr. Castleberry. We left a message, but haven't had a conversation with him yet. We feel like.
All right.
We feel like.
Oh, he's on.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, Mr. Ford is on. Mr. Ford, do you have any announcement for Ms. Ellis, or did you wish to speak with the state?
I'm happy to speak on the state.
And Mr. Ford, looking at the police report, I believe this might be a possible cross fifth between Ms. Ellis and Mr. Castleberry. So
sure,
we'll take a look at that.
All right, so you all can speak with the state and then speak with each other if you need to about your respective clients and a possible cross fifth in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next on the calendar is Hardnett, Manuel,
Okay, so what am I doing now?
Mr. Castleberry, just hold
I'm
on.
sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, just hold on. So your attorneys are good. Okay, everybody, just so you're not confused. So this process is, I'm going to call your case. If you're represented by an attorney, your attorney, I'm essentially speaking to attorneys at that point.
Okay.
So if you're represented by an attorney, they're going to give me an announcement. They're going to tell me what they need to do for you to resolve your case or to move your case forward. And then when we need to involve you, then your attorney will let me know that either we're going to take a plea or there's something that you all need to communicate with me. But for right now, as long as you are here, I'm probably speaking more to attorneys than I am directly to defendants. Okay?
Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry. All right.
No problem. If you just keep your device muted for me. Okay. Hardnett, Manuel Jamon Hardnett.
Mr. Hardnett? Your Honor, Mr. Hardnett's in the courtroom.
All right.
I need to have a conversation with him.
All right. All right, next is Nadia Harris Manning. Nadia Harris Manning. Now, Ms. Harris Manning does not have an attorney. Nadia Harris Manning.
Your Honor, say move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
All right, last call for Nadia Harris Manning. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
Dwayne Ladine Hollingshed. Dwayne Ladine Hollingshed.
Your Honor, the state is going to not process this case.
All right, that case will be no prost. Anyone here on behalf of or about the case involving Dwayne Hollingshed is free to go at this time. The case is being no prost. Okay. Carlos R. Jameson. Carlos R. Jameson.
He's here.
All right, Lister Holt Dennis.
Your Honor, Mr. Jameson's in the courtroom. We'll need an opportunity to conference with him.
All right, Sandra Amelia Johnson. Sandra Amelia Johnson.
Your Honor, state move for a bench warrant.
Last call for Sandra Amelia Johnson. Bench warrant will be granted.
Thank you.
Xavier Akai King.
Your Honor, Ms. King is in the courtroom. She's unrepresented currently.
I'm sorry?
She's in the courtroom and she's unrepresented currently.
All right, come on up for me.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. So you're before the court on the offense of affray. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you intend to represent yourself?
I can represent myself on this case.
Okay, you understand that, that comes with 12 months, a possible sentence of 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both?
Alright.
Okay. All right, so did you wish to hear what the state has as a recommendation for a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, Miss Hagler, could you tell me what you're recommended on the offense of affray for Miss King?
Yes, 12 months probation, anger management, a fine of $100, and to have no contact with the victim on this case. Yes. Patricia O'Lennis, and this is that case that I need. I was pregnant and that girl hit me and I defended myself and y'all telling me.
All right, Miss King.
I'm sorry, we haven't talked, so I'm sorry.
That's why you need an attorney. If you have a self-defense, then you might want to speak with an attorney about your case.
And I take an attorney at that point.
All right, ma'am. I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holton, Dennis to assist you. They're there in the courtroom. One of the attorneys is going to speak with you about your case, and then let them speak with the state on your behalf and present your case for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat for me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Derek Delon Lindsay.
Oh, he's here, Your Honor. He's here in the courtroom.
All right, Lister, Holton, Dennis.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll need an opportunity to speak with Mr. Lindsay, please.
Okay, no problem. Ashley Lameek McKinley. Ashley Lameek McKinley.
She's here, Your Honor, in the courtroom.
All right, Lister, Holton, Dennis.
Judge, we'll need a moment to speak to Ms. McKinley.
Okay. All right, Carlton S. Mitchell. Carlton S. Mitchell.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Carlton S. Mitchell. Right, bench warrant, bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, there's somebody here who's under a Samsung designation. Lady or gentleman, please unmute and let me know who you are, because I can't help you, and you may not be counted if I don't know who you are.
Hello, yes, I'm Rashawn Whitehead.
I'm Attorney John Castaneda. I represent Mr. Whitehead.
All right, Mr. Castaneda. 1 second. All right. Rashad Trammell Moorfield.
No, Rashawn Whitehead.
No, I got you, Mr. Whitehead. Your name is on the screen. Hold on. I went back to calling the
I'm
calendar.
sorry. I was
Okay.
trying to figure out how to do it.
That's okay. We got you.
I'm here.
All right. Mr. Moorfield is present. Lister, Holton, Dennis.
Judge, I'll need a moment to speak to Mr. Moorfield. If he could please put his best number in the chat.
Okay.
Our number did not seem to work.
So 2 things, ladies and gentlemen, if you get disconnected from the Zoom, just come back on using the same sign in. Okay. Don't freak out. If we see that you've had some difficulty or you got kicked off, we'll wait for you to come back. All right. Next is Mr. Moorfield. You know how to use the chat function.
Looks like he's already got it figured out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moorfield. So just go ahead and send your information. Mr. Lynch is going to call you. The next case on the calendar is Rodney Wayne Smith. Rodney Wayne Smith.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Rodney Wayne Smith. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Rashawn Whitehead is present. Mr. Whitehead has 2 cases. Mr. Castaneda, are you representing him on both?
I'm representing him on 2023 CR 02688, one count of simple battery, and I need a conference with the solicitor in that matter.
Okay, all right, Mr. Whitehead, you also have a driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license and no insurance. It's in those cases also, if you have a license currently, could suspend your license if you do not have a NOLO available to you. All right. And you said, Mr. Castaneda, you need to speak with the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll let Ms. Hagler, Mr. Castaneda needs to speak with you about case 2023 CR 02688. Now, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Whitehead,
Yes, ma'am.
you have another case pending. It's a 2021 case. This is driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and no insurance. Did you want to represent yourself on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Ms. Hagler, when you get an opportunity, please give us a the state's recommendation for the offenses on that case, driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, and no insurance.
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Keita Woodard. Keita Woodard. I'm sorry, Woodard. Keita Woodard.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're before the court for marijuana, 1 ounce or less, drug objects, and defective equipment. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. What is your client pleads? I'm sorry, what is the announcement on before Mr. Woodard?
Judge, I'll have to speak to Mr. Woodard. I haven't had a chance to speak to him. If he could put his number in the chat, then I can give him a call and see if we get this resolved.
Yeah, I put it in.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Stand by. I'm gonna call in a moment. Wait.
All right.
Did you already put it in?
I'm putting it in now.
And Judge, just to go back to the 10 o'clock calendar for one moment.
Yes.
I haven't been able to get through to Mr. Ochoa, who is online. But
Want to just go ahead and put that not guilty in?
yes, I think we would just go ahead and do that. And I will follow up with him after court. Mr. Ochoa, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm in agreement with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. Mr. Ochoa, I just remind you that you have bond conditions. Please do not violate your bond conditions. If you were to have contact with anyone listed in your bond conditions, you could be arrested and have your bond revoked. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right.
Am I free to go?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
You too. All right, the last case from the 10 o'clock calendar is Howell. Oh, I'm sorry, last two cases. Howell, not Robbins. Yeah, Howell and Robbins. Last two cases.
I think Howell is closed, right?
Howell? Did I miss that?
Let me, are you referring to on my calendar?
Yes, he is closed. I'm sorry. So the last case is Robbins.
So Mr. Robbins, we just got appointed to his shoplifting case, and I'm hoping I can get an offer to resolve both cases from the state. I'm just holding on that. I did kind of want to have a brief conversation with them about that, but.
Okay. All right. So the cases for Castleberry and Ellis, those are possibly a cross-fit. If you need a breakout room with your individual client, Mr. Ford, if you need a breakout room with Ms. Ellis, Mr. Taylor, if you need a breakout, or I'm sorry, Mr. Lynch, if you need a breakout room for Castleberry, then you all I can do that now. We also have pending Hardnett, Jameson, King, Lindsay, McKinley, and Whitehead and Woodard. All right. So who needs to speak with whom? So the
Your
state.
Honor, I will
Yes,
go
ma'am.
back to my office to do the breakout rooms with the private attorneys.
Okay.
I'll do that.
And
All right. Yes,
on the
Mr.
matter-
Lynch.
And this may or may not, but if, I'm wondering if they have a reason to speak to the attorney representing Miss Ellis. I think, I don't know if perhaps, I could get a contact information if there is, anything that perhaps we need to speak about as far as, the cross defendant in that case.
Mr. Ford, do you know how to use the chat function?
I'm available, yes. I can talk in
Okay.
chat. I can talk on the phone, whatever you want.
Yeah, so if you chat your phone number to Mr. Lynch in the courtroom, so just be careful.
I've done that. I've done that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Lynch is gonna talk to you and we may be able to resolve 2 of those matters by the cross 5th. All right, so I'm gonna get out of your way. Y'all just tell me what breakout rooms you need. Mr. Ford, you still need to speak with the state, is that correct? He disappeared. All right.
Yes,
so-
yes, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your
Okay. Great.
Honor. Yes, now I'll need a conference with the solicitor as well.
All right. So Mr. Ford, Mr. Castaneda, I'll put you in a breakout room with Ms. Hagler. Mr. Hagler is going to be in breakout room number 1. And then I'll put you all in breakout room number 1 in turn.
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
From the 10 o'clock calendar, did we have an outcome for Mr. Gray?
Good point. Hold on. Let me see.
Great. Has anyone talked to you yet? Yeah. I believe so.
No, we did not. Thank you, ma'am. All right.
Thank you.
Solicitor Hagler, Mr. Ford is in breakout room number 1. So you can go into breakout room number 1.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, until we call your name, just please mute your device, okay?
Your Honor. And this pertains to Mr. Robbins, Aaron Robbins. She may have stepped away.
I don't think she went too far, though. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Taylor, I'm sorry, my screen went, like my whole computer went down for a minute. You're muted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Manuel Hardnett,
Yes,
we're entering a not guilty at this time.
all right, Mr. Hardnett, one second. Mr. Hardnett, you have bond conditions. Please be mindful of your bond conditions. Please, if you do not know what they are, please go downstairs before you leave this building and get a copy of your bond conditions at the state court clerk's office. Sir, you cannot have any contact with anyone listed on your bond conditions in any form, not through a third party, not through social media or anything. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be rearrested and placed in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, or all three of those things could happen. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I don't use social media, period. So, yeah.
All right, then. So you have a not guilty plea and you're free to go at this time. Just keep in touch with your attorneys. If anything happens with your contact information, if it changes in any way, please let them know first, okay?
One question. Do I have to continue to check in? Because I've been calling and checking through the bond company.
That's the bond. That's just between you and me. Yes, but stay in touch with us. We will talk before we get on the next call. Yes, I'm going to give you my call. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So the remaining cases are Castleberry and Ellis, Jameson, King, Lindsay, McKinley, Moorfield, Whitehead, and Woodard. Mr. Lynch, did you need something? You're muted. You're muted, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, I'm sorry. I was going to make an announcement off the 10 o'clock.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Trenton Renard Gray is going to enter a plea of not guilty today.
All right, so Mr. Gray, Mr. Gray, please be mindful that if you have bond conditions, you're not to have any contact with the individuals listed on your bond conditions. If you don't know what those conditions are, please get a copy of them through the Clayton County State Court Clerk's office. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be arrested and placed in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies or both. Okay. So not guilty for Mr. Gray. That concludes, nope, we still have Robbins. What's going on with Mr. Robbins' case?
So Judge, we just got appointed on his second case, the shoplifting matter. We have the other case. Mr. Robbins, if you could turn on your camera and unmute for me.
Yes.
So I did speak to Mr. Robbins. He does want to get these cases resolved. However, he is currently in a inpatient treatment facility, and the state has indicated that they are going to take that into consideration. However, they don't have a offer that really can make sense to resolve it with him being in that situation. So I was going to ask the court, I believe he's getting out in October. I was going to ask the court to continue this to another arraignment calendar so I can hopefully get it.
No, I don't want that.
All right, so we'll continue it to a November arraignment calendar. Just make sure you have his information.
I don't want to wait continuance.
And
What?
I understand. So Mr. Robbins doesn't want his case to be continued, but I don't have any sort of resolution that he's going to be able to deal with from where he is right now. And I apologize for, but
Mr. Robbins, you have an attorney. Let your attorney work on this. A continuance, he may be trying to take into consideration the offer of the state, and I don't know what it is, but if it involves jail time, then you can't do that from where you are. So he may be trying to work something out on your behalf, okay?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes, ma'am.
He's trying to take into consideration your entire situation. and he's negotiating on your behalf. That's what attorneys do. Don't mess it up by talking too much.
Mr. Robbins, do you have an email address or additional contact information other than the information from the facility that you gave me?
Yes, I have another phone number.
Yes.
That I can give you.
Can you please chat that to me?
Chat it to him and make sure it goes directly to the courtroom, Mr. Robbins, not to everyone, okay?
Okay.
All right, do that for me.
Then you'll be free to go.
Your Honor, I noticed that the assistant solicitor is back. When you get a chance, can you assign me a breakout room with the solicitor? Thank you.
So, Attorney Castaneda, are you able to just join breakout room on your end? Like, do you see like some bubbles that allows you to join breakout room? They'll probably put me back into one, and I know that I can join one.
I don't see a function for that. I see it says the host has opened breakout rooms. Please wait to be assigned. And so I don't see the breakout room like little thing where you can click on it and enter.
It's like some like three little dots at the bottom.
Where it says more.
Click on that to the breakout room one or no?
No, the breakout room isn't available. It just says please wait to be assigned.
Okay, and I'm not co-host, so I can't assign. I was trying to see if I was, but I'm not, so I can't assign. So we just have to just let me see if let's see. Judge Hayward or Ms. Powell, can anyone please assign Attorney Castaneda to breakout room one? Unfortunately, I'm not co-host. I'm trying to think.
And Sonata co-host, the judge will have to do it when she comes back.
Judge will, okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
Stand by, I'll get Judge on. Stand by.
Thank
you. my next alternative would be just, hey, put your number in the chat, I can just call you.
I can do that too. I'll do it
Okay,
right now.
okay, yeah. Never mind, Ms. Val, I'm gonna just call Attorney, Sanita.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And send it directly to me,
I
Attorney,
will.
that way. Okay. My last name is Hagler.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, give me 1 second, I might give you a call right now. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have an announcement
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
and the case of Mr. Lindsay, we are entering a not guilty at this time.
All right. Mr. Lindsay, please be mindful if you have bond conditions, that if you were to violate your bond conditions, that you could end up back in jail with your bond revoked. You could also end up with additional misdemeanors or felonies. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't have a copy of your bond conditions, please make sure that you get one from the state court clerk's office on the first floor before you leave this building, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Did you need anything else at this time, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hello? Is somebody gonna call me?
Mr. Moorfield, hold on, sir. There's a few people in front of you. It's coming.
Okay, I was just making sure that the list looked a little short. I was looking like the last one. I want to make sure I wasn't holding you guys up or something.
No, we here.
Okay, 10-4. Sorry about that.
Solicitor Hagler, are you ready for a breakout room with Mr. Castaneda?
Judge, thank you. Hung up. We spoke on the phone, so.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
sir. We just spoke.
Thank you.
All right, no problem.
He's still online.
Yeah, I know.
Attorney Castaneda, I'm about to send you a chat, so please check that. Thank you.
Okay.
That is great. Harris.
And then Mr. Rashawn Whitehead, my legal assistant, did send you the offer for the other case. So you should have received that. You should have received
Okay,
that.
yes, he did. I'm looking at it now. I'm actually on the phone with him right now going over it. So
No, you have two cases on the calendar,
Mhm.
and I'm saying the other case in which Attorney Castanado is not representing you on, my legal assistant did send you the offer for that case.
Oh, you sent Mr. Whitehead the offer for the other case.
Yes, Rashawn, Rashawn Whitehead, that's what yes. That's who I
Okay.
was talking to, Attorney Castanado.
Apologies.
Yes. So you should have received it, Rashawn. You should have received that other offer on your other case from my legal assistant. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Ford, I sent you a direct message with my phone number and a brief message, if you could take a look at that. I do have one announcement if the court is ready.
I'm ready.
Judge, Miss Xavier King, we are submitting an appointment form for her. She would like to enter a plea of not guilty today.
All right, so Ms. King, I'll accept your plea of not guilty. Please make sure that you do not have any contact with anyone listed on your bond conditions. If you were to have contact, you could be arrested. You could also face additional misdemeanor or felony charges. Okay. All right, keep in touch with your attorneys and you're free to go at this time.
Excuse me. I'm going to call Mr. Ketta Woodard next. Just Mr. Woodard, please be looking for my call. If you need to log off the Zoom, you can. You're just gonna have to log back on afterwards, okay?
All right, I'm right here.
Okay, thank you, sir. But I'm gonna call you on your cell phone.
Understood.
Attorney Lynch, did you want to go ahead and make your announcement on Robbins since Judge is back online?
I do apologize. I didn't make the announcement previously. That is my mistake. But
Yeah, for Robbins, I have that is continued. And we've continued it to an arraignment calendar after October. All right, thank you.
That's my mistake.
And Your Honor, I have an announcement with Mr. Rashawn Whitehead when you're ready.
I'm ready.
He'll be pleading not guilty.
To both cases?
Just to the simple battery case. He would like me to be appointed for the other case too. That's up to you.
Okay, I will. All right, Mr. Whitehead, I'll appoint Mr. Castaneda to assist you with the second case.
And I'll need to speak to him briefly again about that other case.
All right, let me put you in a breakout room with Mr. Whitehead.
I'll just give him a call, but thank you.
Oh, okay, no problem.
And Your Honor, I have an announcement for Mr. Whitehead's other matter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Castaneda?
Can his arraignment be rescheduled on that case?
Why is it being rescheduled?
Yeah, do
I
you,
would like to email the prosecutor some information about, that my client's going to provide to me, and to see, like, to give the prosecutor a clear picture of where I'm going. Like, it doesn't need to be on the trial calendar, but I need some time to sort through what my client gives me.
okay, well, let's do this because it's easier for keeping track. Let's go ahead, if you're willing to put in a not guilty, it will follow the track of the other case. And then if you all resolve this case prior to then it can be placed on a Tuesday video calendar.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right,
So
thank you.
thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, Mr. Whitehead, Mr. Castaneda, you're both excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, so remaining we have Ellis, Castleberry, Jameson, Moorfield, and Woodard. Oh, and McKinley, I'm sorry.
So we are ready to go forward with the plea for Mr. Woodard. Ms. Hagler, I have not spoken to you about it, but if the offer is what was provided to us, then we are ready to go forward with a no contest plea to count 2.
For Woodard, okay. Give me 1 second.
Hello?
Yes, sir, Mr. Woodard.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, this is.
You mean the recs that my paralegal sent
Correct.
yesterday or day before?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the correct recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You ready, Dale?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jesus.
Mr. Woodard, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Keita DeAndre Woodard, you're before the court on 2021 CR 07962 for marijuana 1 ounce or less, drug-related objects and defective equipment. Mr. Lynch, what does your client plead to the offense before the court, the offenses before the court?
Judge, we're asking the court to accept a no contest plea to count 2. Count 1 and count 3 would be null pros in exchange for the plea pursuant to the negotiations.
All right, Mr. Woodard, by entering a plea of nolo to count 2, give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December 18th of 2020, Officer R. Sanchez did notice the defendant operating his motor vehicle on a public roadway with the defective equipment. The third brake light on the defendant's vehicle was not working. During a probable cause search of the vehicle, the officer found 1 gram of marijuana, and a digital scale was located on the front driver's seat inside of a black bag. According to the officer, the defendant verbally stated that there was weed inside the vehicle prior to the officers searching the vehicle. The officers did smell marijuana coming from the vehicle. All of these events did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. Your Honor, at this time, the state's offer, count 1 is going to be non-pros, count 2, 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served, balance suspended, and the state is going to non-pros count 3.
All right. So, Mr. Woodard, the court is going to accept your plea of nolo to count 2. Counts 3 and 1 will be no pros. I'll sentence you on count 2 to 12 months to serve 3 days. Credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Do you understand all of those things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're free to go at this time. Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Do we have a cross fifth on Castleberry and Ellis, or those cases have a different announcement?
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Castleberry, we are hoping, and he is prepared, but I haven't spoken to his attorney, so I can't confirm that.
Okay, he said he sent his phone number by chat, I guess.
I didn't see it. I tried to chat to him. I didn't get a response.
Yeah, I saw it too. Let me.
Oh, maybe I'm just blind. That's probably the case.
Let's see. Yeah.
Hello?
I'll send it to you. I'll see it in the chat. I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I communicate with someone?
Sir, what is your name?
Who are you?
This is Austin Castleberry.
All right.
And Mr. Castleberry, we spoke via phone. Hang on one second.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you,
Hello.
Attorney Taylor.
There's
because
a big misunderstanding here.
Because you have
Can I
a own. Did you hear me, Attorney? I'm gonna send the number to you because you have your separate computer, okay? For Attorney Ford. All right.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you,
Mr. Castleberry. I'm gonna give you a call.
Please call Mr. Castleberry because he doesn't understand what the process is.
No, I spoke with someone, but there's a big misunderstanding here. I
Okay.
need to speak. Okay, I'm
Sir.
sorry. I just.
Sir, you spoke with me. I was
Yes.
to represent you. If there's a misunderstanding, let me call you back and we can clear up.
Okay, please call me. Yes, please call
Okay,
me.
calm down, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, brief announcement.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
Thank you so much. Ms. Ellis and I have spent a lot of time talking about her situation, and I regret to announce that she is not going to resolve the case today by a plea, but is desirous of requesting a trial.
Okay, well, that sounds like what Mr. Castleberry is saying because he's yelling.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Castleberry, be quiet, please. So, all right. So, if Ms. Ellis,
I would suggest, Your Honor, rather than we put it down on a calendar call date where you can resolve cases, I'm still cautiously optimistic this can get resolved short of us picking a jury.
all right, that's fine. So we'll go ahead. Mr. Castleberry, you cannot influence Ms. Ellis's
No,
conversation.
it's my fault. It's not her fault at all.
Mr.
Castleberry.
Jesus Christ.
Sir.
First of all, sir, I'm gonna need you to show me your face. If we're gonna have an
I'm
argument,
trying to
then
show.
I need.
I'm not arguing, Your Honor. But
You are. There is a way that this goes, Mr. Castleberry, and you're trying to shortcut it because
I'm not trying to do. Your Honor, please. I am not trying to shortcut anything.
And stop cutting the judge off. She's trying to talk to you.
Allow her to
Thank
speak.
you.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Castleberry, you and Miss Ellis are two separate individuals. Okay, I get that you think you're trying to help, but she has the right to proceed in her case any way she wants to within the bounds of the law. And if she feels like she wishes to have a trial, then you're yelling and saying it's a misunderstanding. That's not going to make a difference. She has to understand the case from her perspective and make choices based on what she wants to do, based on the conversation and information she's received from her attorney. That is her right under the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Georgia. Even though you think you might be doing the right thing, that has nothing to do with the decision that she makes for her case. Now, you can make whatever decision you wish to make in your case, but please don't try and impede her from making whatever decision she feels is right for her. Do you understand?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right. Now deal with Mr. Lynch about your case.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, obviously, in the event Mr. Castleberry resolves his case and that inspires the state to so dismiss Miss Ellis's case, then of course.
I mean, that's fine with me if that happens, but at this point.
Well, that's the direction I was going. I thought we was going in that direction.
Mr. Castleberry, please wait. I'm going to contact you and I'm going to explain what's going on. And I would hope to get that result, but you please stop talking out in court. It's not helping you.
Okay, can you call me? Can you call me now, please?
Yes, sir. I'm in the courtroom and I have to be here for these announcements. What I would ask you to do is mute yourself and wait for me to call you.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Not now, not in this.
Is there a time frame that I'm going to be waiting to hear hear your call?
You're going to be waiting as long as I say you waiting. Now stop. Now you're just you're doing too much right now.
No. I mean,
your case is not taking precedence over anybody else's case. Wait your turn. He's already spent like 15 minutes talking to you. Be quiet.
Okay.
He's gonna call you.
Okay, ma'am.
And
okay, Your Honor.
What is going on, Mr. Ellis? But Mr. Castleberry is trying to get back to you by any means possible. You make the best decision for you. Okay.
We're going to.
If that's not guilty at this point, yes. Mr. Ford, that's fine. Miss Ellis, all right, I'm recording you're not guilty. Ms. Ellis, I believe that you have bond conditions in your case that would require you to not have contact with a particular individual. Review your bond conditions. Make sure that you do not have any contact, not even through a third party sending you a message. You understand? And because if you did, you could be arrested, have your bond revoked, and you could spend the rest of your time in jail until your case is resolved. And you could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. So I just advise that you not have any contact with Mr. Castleberry or anyone else listed on your bond conditions until such time as you're released from that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Ms. Ellis, make whatever is the best decision for you, because Mr. Castleberry shouldn't even be contacting you or calling you or having any connection with you at all. So if he does, he also is subject to having his bond revoked, to spending the remainder of that time in jail and possibly being charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand, Mr. Castleberry?
I completely understand, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ellis, you're free to go at this time, ma'am.
Thank you for your time, Aaron.
Keep in touch with your attorney.
Okay.
All right. So Mr. Lynch will call Mr. Castleberry in a moment. I have remaining on the calendar McKinley, Jameson, and Moorfield.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, I need to still speak to Mr. Moorfield. I believe I have his information. I'm going to go ahead and give him a call. I
All
apologize.
right, go ahead, give him a call. Thank you.
Carlos, what's the last name? Okay. Yeah. Carlos Jameson. That's it. Yeah. What is your last name? Harrison. What time is your birthday? Okay, so we're still in 11 o'clock. So no harm, no foul. I can be here. It's going to be a certain amount of waiting when you come to court. Yes, sir. Right. Yeah, we are. We're not. Yeah. I want to address the court over there.
And for the folks that, 1 o'clock time, don't be surprised if we don't start at 1 o'clock. We are prosecuting examining. Yes. And if this one just spoken to you yet, or no?
Hey, Tisha. All right, so I'm logged in, I guess. How does he, so how do we do this?
Wait.
Huh?
You're in there, but
you
got your video off. Oh, you was.
Your Honor, I have a couple of announcements for the 11 o'clock calendar.
I will take those announcements, and you said they're for the 1 o'clock calendar?
No, the 11.
Okay.
First, Miss Mickey Blunt.
Yes.
She is present in the courtroom. I believe a bench warrant was announced for her previously.
Okay, why was she late?
I don't know. I don't represent her. We don't represent her currently, but.
All right, Miss Blunt, come on up for me.
Miss Nadia Harris Manning. Who
Yes.
So wasn't present at the initial calendar call.
Yeah.
She's present in the courtroom now.
Okay, why was she late? Why are folk coming in late for court to? All right, Miss Blunt, come up, please.
Blunt and Miss Harris Manning. Your Honor, this is Miss Blunt. And
okay, Miss Blunt first. Why are you late, ma'am?
I am not late, ma'am. We were downstairs, I was downstairs in the wrong courtroom. I guess it was the traffic, it was 205. It was 205. And it was like a whole group of people. I was next to the last person. They was almost done. And they was like, well, you're in the wrong courtroom. You should be upstairs. And they had went through like the whole.
Did you look at your notice, ma'am?
It didn't say, it's just a text message.
We never received a mail or a notice for a court date besides a few days prior.
Yep. 2 days prior.
Yeah.
Okay, did you get the text message from your bond company?
It was just to show up at 11 o'clock a.m. It had no courtroom, no judge.
Okay, okay, so I get that you fussing at me a little, but what that means is they don't have your current address, and so your bonding company sent you the notice that they got, but they didn't include the courtroom. If you move after you've been arrested, you need to update the court. That is your responsibility. So thankfully you got the notice to come to court, but you need to go ahead and make sure that we have your current information, because if you've moved, you're lucky that the bonding company sent you the information. That's not our responsibility. Okay. All right. So Ms. Blount, you're before the court. One second. All right, ma'am. Miss Mickey Blunt, you're before the court for a DUI case. Do not have an attorney listed. Do you intend to hire an attorney, ma'am, or do you need one appointed to you?
Do I need, I thought I could represent myself.
You want to represent yourself on a DUI where the maximum penalty is going to be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both? I'm sorry.
I guess that.
Ma'am, DUI is one of the most serious things that we do in the magistrate court, I mean, in the state court. So, are you sure that you want to risk your not knowing procedure or trial etiquette or the rules of evidence? You want to risk that and represent yourself on something that could mean you spend 12 months in jail?
I don't want to go to jail, but I want to tell the truth. I wasn't the driver. Yes, ma'am.
Everybody wants to tell the truth, but let me explain. When you are in a court of law, there is a way to tell the truth where you can get the evidence before the court. You just can't come up and just tell me, well, this what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you want me to appoint an attorney to assist you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis will assist you because we are late and we're just getting here. They're going to get your information. They're going to probably enter a not guilty plea on your behalf such that they can get the rest of the information about your case. Okay.
No, she gonna call me back.
Okay, you're gonna turn your.
Tell me to call him. Tell me to call me back. I just went on and
Ma'am, hello. Vortex.
516 now.
Ma'am, who's writing the
I ain't
check?
got that count.
Ma'am, oh. Oh, y'all, the closer it gets to lunchtime, the more y'all try my patience with this foolishness on the videos. Back to Ms. Blunt. Ms. Blunt, have a seat. Your attorney is gonna speak to you in a minute.
Okay.
All right, and Ms. Harris Manning, you also need to update your mailing address so that they can send the notices directly to you. All right, you're charged with leaving the scene of an accident and improper lane change, one of which could suspend your license. Did you wish to represent yourself or did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Attorney represent me, please.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. If you have a seat, they're going to speak with you. If they're not able to handle your case today, then that you will leave here knowing what the next date, court date or appearance will be, okay?
So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I did have an announcement for Mr. Moorfield.
Okay.
Mr. Moorfield wishes to enter a not guilty plea today.
All right. Mr. Moorfield, can you hear me?
No, he was on the chat.
Yeah, Mr. Rashad Moorfield.
Yes. He may have logged out when he talked to me. Oh, I see. He's still on there.
No, he's still on. Mr. Rashad Moorfield. All right. So, Mr. Lynch, please remind him that he has bond conditions. If he were to violate those bond conditions, he could be arrested and spend the rest of the time until his case is resolved in jail. He could also be charged with additional misdemeanors, felonies, or both.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll
Thank
make
you.
Mr. Moorfield, you're free to log off. I'm not sure if you heard that, but I'll give you a call.
All right. So Castleberry and Jameson.
Mr. Taylor is almost going to have an announcement for Mr. Jameson. Mr. Castleberry, I'm going to call him right now. I expect, unless the other attorney's client has changed their mind, I expect we'll be entering a not guilty plea today for Mr. Castleberry.
Well, they're gone. So yeah, it's gonna be either that or yeah, they're gone. So go talk to Mr. Castleberry, and then I'll get an announcement from Mr. Lynch, and then you all can decide. But okay, so I don't want this to get lost. We still have Mr. McKinley.
Miss McKinley is in the courtroom. That's who
I'm sorry.
You next.
Okay, thank you. All right, for those of you who are coming on for the 1 o'clock calendar, this is very, very important. Please mute your device. When you come onto the courtroom, you're coming on live. We can hear you. So please, okay, here's another.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Jameson, and we're prepared to enter a plea today.
All right, Mr. Jameson, come on up, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jameson, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 08216. Carlos R. Jameson, represented by the law firm of Lister, Holton, Dennis. Mr. Taz Taylor is your attorney. Mr. Jameson, you're before the court for driving under the influence. How does your client plead to the offense before the court, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. My client pleads guilty to the charge.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, Judge.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 5th of 2021, during a road safety check, Officer Julian, Julian, Lynn, Lin, could smell the heavy odor of an alcoholic beverage coming from the defendant as he was going through the road safety check. At that time, Officer Lynn conducted standardized field sobriety tests. And after conducting those tests, he determined that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. This event did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. The state's offer at this time is going to be 12 months to serve, 24 hours credit to time, commute to time served, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, a fine of $300 for the defendant to attend substance abuse and evaluations, and to follow our recommendations, random treatments and screens, to have no drugs or alcohol, and to attend the DUI risk reduction program.
Okay. All right. Anything on behalf of Mr. Jameson, Mr. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, just to ask that you accept the plea as negotiated.
All right, so Mr. Jameson, the plea that is has been presented suggests to me that this is a first, at least a first in 5, if not first in life, and then you don't have any subsequent issues, or else I probably would know about them. So it seems like this was just a mishap that is not going to be repeated. Is this correct?
Correct.
All right, because we don't want people out on the roads with a vehicle that could kill numbers of people, and you don't know how to operate it safely, or you don't have the ability to operate it safely. Okay, so I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 24 hours in jail, credit for time served. Mr. Moorfield, you're free to go at this time. Please do not violate your bond conditions. Keep in touch with your attorney. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be jailed and also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. You're free to go at this time. All right. So, sir, 24 hours in jail, credit for time served.
Thank you.
Balance could be probated. The balance will be probated for you to do 40 hours of community service, a $300 fine. The fine is going to have enhanced fines and fees because it's a DUI. So it would usually be $444, but it's probably going to be more like $600. A substance abuse evaluation, any treatment that they might offer you or recommend that you take. You're to take a risk reduction course, and you're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. You're subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. And that concludes the sentence. What I'm going to ask you to do, sir, is when you leave the courtroom, you're going to go to your right. You're going to go to the next courtroom over 305. When you go into the courtroom, the first set of double doors, you'll see a door on each side before you enter the actual courtroom. One of those doors will be our probation expert, and you'll knock on the door, and Ms. James will assist with getting you signed up. The quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports. You must report. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Can I pay my fine today?
You may, yes, sir. Just talk to Miss, go ahead and talk to Miss James first.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Just turn right, courtroom 305. Thank you. All right. McKinley and Castleberry are the last ones on the 11 o'clock calendar, and then we'll be on to the 1 o'clock calendar.
Here? Well, normally we'd have a clerk and she'd give me a copy of the disposition. She emails it to me so I can email
Whoever is listed as Vortex CG65, please put your first and last name on the screen. Please change your name to your first and last name. Thank you. Kiete, please change your first and change your screen to first and last name, please.
Yeah, I just was able to change it to my first and last. So.
All right, I just see your first name, sir. Try again.
Does it say Kiate Hatchery?
Nope, just says Kiate.
Okay. Let me try this one more time. Does it say my whole name yet?
All right, spell your last name for me, sir.
Hatcher. I think it just said it changed. So
I
maybe
changed.
it's oh okay, okay.
Your Honor, while I was speaking with Mr. Jameson, you appointed counsel for defendant.
I can't hear. Can't hear you, Attorney Taylor.
All right, there's somebody named Kiera something. What did you, okay, what does it say? Judge, my phone cut off. I've been in the chat since 12:40. Please allow me to come back in. I'm not restricting you from coming back in. Kiera Bishop, you're in. If you're chatting me, you're in. So I don't know where you are. Does anybody see Kiera Bishop?
Thank you, Judge. I'm in.
Your
Yeah,
Honor,
I don't restrict people coming in. Yes, sir.
you appointed counsel for a defendant.
For yeah, for
Ms. Blunt? Is that-
yes, and for Harris Manning. If you don't have time to interview them today, that's fine. You can enter a not guilty, but let's just move them forward, because I don't think these are cases that are gonna get resolved today.
I just wanted to make sure I had the correct names for the appointment.
Yeah, Harris Manning and Blunt, because they both came in late. All right, ladies and gentlemen who are here for the 1 o'clock calendar, I know it's after 1, but we're still finishing up some things from the previous calendar. Please mute your device. Please put your first and last name on the screen so I'll know who I'm dealing with. All right, and when we, once I make my announcement, then we'll deal with your case in alphabetical order, okay? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start the announcement for the 1 o'clock calendar. We'll come back to any remaining cases on the other calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 p.m. calendar for August 22nd of 2024. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County, Courtroom 304. This is the arraignment calendar. This is the calendar where your case is probably appearing on the state court for the first time. State court is the trial division, which will be able to resolve your case either through a trial, a plea, or some administrative function. For everyone here, everyone's entitled to have an attorney to represent you. If you could not afford an attorney, one can be appointed to you at the appropriate time. We'll talk about that when we call your case. I expect to hear 3 different pleas today. Not guilty means that you wish to have a trial before a jury and a judge, or just before a judge. At trial, it is the burden of the state to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right against self-incrimination. You do not have to give any evidence or testimony against yourself. You do not have to introduce any information to assist you or any arguments on your behalf. You essentially need to just show up for trial. The state has the burden of proving the case against you. I do advise, if you are considering going to trial without having an attorney, please understand that the court cannot treat you any differently than I would treat an attorney on the other side who knows the rules of evidence and procedure. And that being the case, you will have a difficult time getting your information into the record of the court, and it will damage your case. So please be mindful of that. Everybody thinks, well, I'm just tell my story, but that's not the way it works in trial. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you were convicted and you feel like it was a mistake or a wrongful conviction, you have the right within 30 days of the court's verdict to appeal your conviction. These are the rights that go with going to trial. If you are entering a plea of guilty or nolo means no contest. No, guilty means that you feel like you are guilty of the offense before the before the court, and you wish to just go ahead and take your plea and accept the court's sentence, which you'll have the opportunity to speak with the state, you or your attorney, to determine what sentence that they are recommending, and then you all can negotiate that, and the court will make a decision. So if you feel like you're guilty, you could enter a plea of guilty today. If you wish to enter a plea of nolo and you are eligible, meaning you have not used a nolo plea within the last 5 years, a nolo plea means that you understand that the state has evidence that they can use against you at trial. That evidence might result in a conviction in this case. You are not admitting guilt, but you are also not going to contest the evidence that the state has. And if that is your stance, then you could enter a plea of nolo if you're eligible to do so. If you are a commercial driver's license, a nolo plea has some benefits to you. It could benefit you by helping you avoid points on your license or suspension of your license. So we'll let you know what those consequences are when we talk about your individual case. If you are a commercial driver, if you have a CDL, please be mindful before you make any plea in this case of what might happen to your CDL, because if you lose your CDL, you may lose your job and your ability to take care of yourself and your family. It is best if you would research what could happen, because it is easier to do it right the first time than it would be to undo what you have, what the plea is. So if you wish to take time to figure it out, you could enter a plea of not guilty and do your research. And when you come back, you could have a trial or enter a plea. I don't care. But you would at least know what will happen to your CDL. If you're an under 21 driver and you have offenses that may lead to points on your license, It only takes 6 points for someone who is under the age of 21 to receive a 6-month hard suspension of their license. No permits to get back and forth to work, no permits to get back and forth to school. So please be mindful of that when you come to resolve your case. Now, I'm going to call the cases on the calendar. If you are here, I need to know that you are here. But I will probably be speaking more directly with your attorney unless I see that you are not represented, okay? All right, the first case on the calendar is Kevin Quando Darko, or Vondi Kevin Quando Darko.
Your Honor, Defendant Darko was physically present in the courtroom earlier today. I think they may be outside speaking with Mr. Lynch. I have personal conflict with that case, so I can't speak with them.
Okay. All right, so he has 3 cases. Next on the calendar is Marika Brachelle Dawson. Marika Brachelle, who is also the co-defendant. Yes.
If I may, the state is going to not cross the second case for Darko, case ending in number 2021 CR 08244. So going to not cross that second case.
Okay.
For Darko.
All right, so the no tag offense will be no cross.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
So Ms. Marika Brachelle Dawson is the co-defendant for Darko on one of his cases.
That's correct. I have not spoken with Ms. Dawson because there may be a possible conflict for me.
If Mr. Lynch can't speak to her because they're co-defendants, then we need to appoint counsel.
Mr. Lynch is here now. I'll ask.
Mr. Lynch?
Yes.
Dawson is the co-defendant to Darko on one of those cases. If you are representing Darko, I guess I need to appoint counsel for Dawson.
That sounds, I would agree with that. I haven't spoken to Mr. Darko yet, but.
Okay, so I'm going to, Ms. Val, let's go ahead and get an appointment order for Ms. Dawson. And
yes, ma'am.
All righty, thank you. Kiera Danae, is Dawson here? Maria Dawson? She's in the courtroom?
It doesn't appear so, Your Honor.
Well, the state will request a bench warrant and a bond fortress. She's not in the courtroom. I don't see that name online either.
Yeah, well, we got 2 people online who don't have a name on here. Is Maria Dawson on the video? Maria Dawson. Whose iPhone? If you see iPhone where your name should be, who are you? Okay, who's listed as Vortex? You were talking real loud about not being able to pay the money. Who's listed as Vortex? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to speak up.
Hold on. Ma'am, I'm a plaintiff in a case for Harvey Regine. I was told to be in court today.
What is your name?
Stacy Wheaton. But I'm not. I'm a plaintiff.
You mean you're a witness?
Oh, a witness, yeah. Thank you, Yana.
All right, Ms. Wheaton. All right, who's the iPhone? Who's listed as iPhone? All right, so next is Kiera Danae Faison. Is that Kiera Bishop?
Your Honor, are you issuing the bench warrant for Dawson and the bond forfeiture? Is that the granted? Thank you.
Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
Faison. Kiera.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
All right, so okay, is Bishop your married name? I need the name that's on the calendar. Are you, so you're Faison? All right.
Your Honor, I reached out to Ms. Faison Bishop. I did not have a good phone number. The number I had was not in service, so I need to conference with Ms. Faison.
All right, Ms. Faison, you need to send your email, send a chat to Mr. Taylor in the courtroom to give him your phone number? Do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so chat him directly to the courtroom, not to everyone.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next is Graves, Travis Amore Graves. Travis Amore Graves.
Your Honor, the state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Travis Amore. Hello?
He's present in the courtroom.
Okay. What is your announcement for Mr. Graves?
Your Honor, I'll need a conference with Mr. Graves.
Okay.
Just-
All right, the next case is Dimitri Quintavious Harris. Dimitri Quintavious Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris is present in the courtroom, and I'll need a conference with him, please.
All right. Next is Keate Hatcher. Keate Hatcher.
Hey, how you doing? That's me, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Holton Dennis.
Your Honor, we intend to enter a not guilty at this time.
All right, Mr. Hatcher, they're entering a not guilty on your behalf. Please make sure that you keep in touch with your attorneys and that they can always reach you. If anything changes about your contact information, please make sure that you let your attorneys know first. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and part of your bond condition is that you not pick up any other violations of the law, so please be mindful of that.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
All right, you're free to go at this time, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Hicks, Anthony James Hicks. Anthony James Hicks.
Is Mr.
John.
Hicks- He's present in the courtroom. I would request a conference.
And
Alrighty.
it appears that he was initially assigned the Superior Court Public Defender's Office. We'll prepare an appointment order.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, he has 2 cases, appoint to both.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Cheyenne Jackson. Cheyenne Jackson.
She's present in the courtroom, Judge. I've spoken to her, but I would just need a conference to make sure we're not going to get a resolution here today.
All right, Leno, Beverly Leno. She's on video.
I'm here.
All
Thank you.
right.
I've spoken with Ms. Leno, and we intend to enter a plea today.
All right. So let me know when y'all are ready on the plea. Matthew, Cayenne, Vincent Matthew.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Matthew. You have a suspended registration charge, no insurance, and no tag or expired or invalid tag. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I'd like an attorney, please.
All right. Mr. Holton Dennis, I'm going to appoint Mr. Matthews' case. Mr. Matthew, just turn your device, mute your device so that we can get back to you at the appropriate time. Phillips, Rory, Ramon Phillips, Julian Lane on behalf of Phillips.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good
Not guilty.
I'm sorry?
Not guilty, Your Honor. We entered the plea of not guilty.
All right, so Mr. Phillips, Mr. Lane,
Yes.
Is this your first time before me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, don't enter a not guilty plea and then disappear, sir.
No,
Please speak to the solicitor, because I get a lot of private attorneys who don't know how I work. We move cases. So please speak to the solicitor. If you all can get a plea, we'll put you on a Tuesday video calendar, or we'll figure it out some way. If you're not going to take a plea, that's fine, but just make sure that you've at least pre-tried the case prior to the call of the calendar for trial.
Yes, Your Honor. No, no,
All right.
real quick, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. So I'm not fussing at you. I'm just putting my rules out there because a lot of people don't know. All right. So Mr. Phillips, You have bond conditions, sir. If you're not familiar with what those are, then I would suggest that you go downstairs before you leave this building to the first floor of the state court clerk's office and get a copy of your bond conditions. You have conditions that probably say that you're not supposed to have contact with a particular person or go to a particular location. Please be mindful that I'm very strict about that. No contact even through a third party. If y'all have children together, then y'all need to figure that out through the Superior Court, visitation, custody, all of that, how that's going to work, because otherwise anything else is a violation of my order. If you violate my bond order, then you could end up arrested and back here in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Are we clear, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Lane, it's been nice making your acquaintance. I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all. Harvey James Prejean.
Yes.
Mr. Prejean's on Zoom, Your Honor.
Yes.
And we are entering a not guilty at this time.
All right, so Mr. Prejean, you have heard my speech about your bond conditions. You probably have conditions on your bond that say that you're not to have any contact with an additional with individuals listed. You're not to go to possibly the location. If you were to violate the bond conditions, you could be rearrested and spend the remainder of that time in jail. You could also go be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Now, I say this because I see a Brandy Prejean on the calendar.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right. So, Ms. Prejean, if you are the alleged victim in this case, please understand that even if you initiate the contact with Mr. Prejean and he responds, then that is still a violation of my order. Until such time as the order is changed, he is not to have any contact with you if you are listed on that bond condition order. I don't care if y'all have children. I don't care if bills are due. I don't care about any of that. He can pay the bills directly through whatever website the utility company or whatever has. But you are not.
He's not my husband or nothing like that. He's my brother, and we don't have no contact. And the way how I see it right now, I'm over this case, and he's still my brother. We gonna go through it, but
yes, ma'am.
That's I just want to drop the charges. I don't want to have anything to do with it anymore.
We don't drop charges. I'm sorry. Once charges are filed and they get to this point, we don't drop charges. But you can deal with the solicitor's office and give them information because you would be their witness in the case. Okay.
Yeah, she had told me to tell you that when she called me and emailed me the information for the Zoom. She told me
but I don't drop charges. The state has to drop charges. That's up to them.
I understand.
That's not me.
Okay.
All right. So, Mr. Prejean, you're free to go at this time. All right. Aaron Vaughn.
The state will move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture.
Last call for Aaron J. Vaughn. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right, and last call on the calendar, last case on the calendar is Woodard Kirkland Walker. Woodard Kirkland Walker.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Oh, fantastic. Attorney Middleton on behalf of Mr. Walker. He's present with us. Speak, say something.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
All right.
And we're pleading not guilty.
All right, same as before, as I told the other gentleman, Mr. Middleton, don't just plead not guilty and then disappear. We actively work cases in this division, so please speak to the solicitor and see if you all can come up with a resolution. If y'all come up with one short of trial, I'll put you on a Tuesday calendar for a video plea. Otherwise, please make sure that you all have gotten your discovery request out and you speak to the state well before the call of the calendar for trial.
We've gotten some of the paper stuff, but there's videos or whatnot and pictures apparently from the report that I've read. So we've not completed discovery.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fair. But just make sure that you all pursue that. And I know they have certain procedures about how they disseminate information. I don't get involved with what the solicitor does, because that's not my office to run. So however they disseminate the information, just follow those procedures and get that information, okay?
Okay, you're not putting us in the breakout right now. Are we free to leave now?
Yeah, I mean, if you want a breakout room, I'll give it to you, but yeah, you're free to leave if you want.
Okay, I'll just call her later on. I know she's got a busy calendar.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, sir. Very nice to make your acquaintance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. All right, Mr. Walker, you know what got you here, so be mindful of that. Even any additional charges would be a violation of your bond. All righty. Any announcements from the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor. From the 11 o'clock calendar,
Yes.
Ms. Harris Manning, I've spoken with her, and that will be a not guilty this morning.
All right, Ms. Harris Manning, please be mindful of your bond conditions. Do not have contact if you're not supposed to have contact with an individual. And if you were to have contact in violation of bond conditions or pick up another charge, then you could be rearrested and also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. You're free to go at this time. Keep in touch with your attorney. Thank you. All righty. Mr. Lynch, please tell me you have an announcement on Castleberry.
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to enter a not guilty plea for now for Mr. Castleberry. I've spoken to the other attorney, and I want to follow up with the solicitor about this case. We should be able to get a quick resolution one way or the other, but for today, we're going to enter a not guilty plea.
All right, that works for me. All right, for McKinley.
She's going to enter a not guilty plea today as well.
All right.
And I do have if I may, Ms. Blount from the 11 o'clock calendar asked for court-appointed counsel.
Yes.
Your Honor, I spoke with Ms. Blount, and she traveled here from Mississippi regarding this matter. I just would like to get a copy of the police report and the accusation and sentence recommendation today, if we could, from the solicitor's office, so I can inform Ms. Blount of what our options are. I don't think we're going to resolve it today based on the charge. However, I would like to talk to her before she goes back to Mississippi, and we don't have contact for several weeks or such.
Okay, well, does she not have a phone?
I did not have a good phone number.
Well, she's here. Get good phone numbers for her mama, her grandmama, everybody she communicates with. Get good phone numbers and all of that for several people in Ms. Blunt's life, because it doesn't make any sense for her to come all the way up here from Mississippi. If we can't resolve the case today, that's fine, but please don't lose track of her. And
absolutely,
it is your responsibility to update your attorney and to update the court about your information. Okay, so I understand the bond company sent you a text message, but they don't always include the necessary information. You need to have the information sent directly to you. All right, so I'm going to put that down as a not guilty until y'all tell me otherwise. And if I'm not mistaken, does that conclude the 11 o'clock calendar? Please tell me it does.
Your Honor, I missed an announcement on HardNet. What was the announcement on that one?
On HardNet, it was a not guilty.
Okay, and then I'm also missing an announcement on Gray from the 10 o'clock. I know that he was in the courtroom.
Yeah, on Gray, that's a not guilty.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. All right, so I'm going to give y'all some time. I know you got a bunch of people in the courtroom to talk to and a couple of people on video. Ladies and gentlemen, the way this works is there's only two attorneys. They're going to be moving from person to person to talk about the cases, and they're going to be talking with the only solicitor that we have. So it may take a few minutes. Please be mindful. Please mute your device until we talk to you, because some of the stuff I've heard, oh Lordy. So please just make sure that I don't hear anything until I'm ready to talk to you. Thank you.
Attorney Taylor? Really quick, you said that you needed the paperwork for, was it Blount or McKinley?
Yes.
Blount.
But most importantly, Blount.
Okay, I'm gonna have my legal assistant email it to you. Is that okay? To your email address, or what do you prefer?
That'll be fine.
Okay, I have her do it right now.
And Ms. Blount, this is a 3-year-old case, and I was hoping you'd take a look at it before she left the courtroom. She is from Mississippi, is going to return to Mississippi.
Right.
She does not have any ID because the ID was taken from her during her arrest.
Mhm.
She has no way of getting another ID. So is there anything that we could do to resolve this today?
A DUI?
Well, I'm just asking you to look at the report, please. I haven't seen a copy, so I can't.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna have her email everything to you now as far as in the offer to today. That way you can have it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So give her a few minutes and she'll be in your email, your inbox. Thank you.
I do have an announcement.
All right, Mr. Lynch, what's your announcement?
Mr. Dimitri Harris is going to enter a not guilty plea for today.
Okay. Which calendar is Mr. Dimitri Harris on?
I believe on the 1 o'clock.
Okay,
Or
that's fine.
On the 1 o'clock.
All right, Mr. Dimitri Harris. Where's Mr. Harris?
he's in the back of the courtroom.
Mr. Harris, please make sure that you know what your bond conditions are and that you go ahead and adhere to your bond conditions. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. You could also have your bond revoked and be arrested and brought back to jail until your case is resolved. Also, any other violations of the law could also revoke your bond. All right. Please keep in touch with your attorneys and we'll see you in a minute.
And I'm going to continue talking to people we have here in the gallery, but I did want to alert the solicitor that I would like to kind of have a conference on Miss Jackson's case from the 1 o'clock calendar. Cheyenne Jackson, we may the possible plea negotiations.
Okay, I'll be on my way down. Thank you.
All right, so remaining, I have Darko, Faison, Graves, Hicks, Jackson, Leno, Matthew,
Already announced?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And additionally, Ms. Hagler, for Mr. Hicks, he had one case that came down from the public defender, and then one case which is a traffic matter that we've been appointed to. Do you have any police reports, accusations, recommendations?
Okay. So Hicks and Jackson, you want a pre-trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let me get his folder. Okay.
I couldn't take it. Well, I understand that, but not in detail, but he's right there. And also, I can talk to Darko. This one is codependent. So she bench warned it. Oh, and cross dependent. I don't have the police report because I'm Marika, it's awesome. See. Shift change.
May I ask, did Mr. Keon Matthew ask for counsel to be appointed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. Matthew, could you put your number in the chat so I can go ahead and give you a call?
Okay, 1 second. Okay, it's in there.
I'm going to give you a call in 1 moment.
Okay. Did I stay online or?
You can log off as long as you're going to be able to log back on.
Okay.
She should do it, but. Oh, I mean, she doesn't just do it. Can you do it?
Yeah, jump back on. All right. All right, let's just try to get this. Judge, I do have an announcement for Keon Matthew. We are ready to go forward with the plea agreement.
All right, just give me a minute.
Yes. She said give me a minute, but I think she's about to come back.
It's like a hybrid. No, so I was locked out of my file, file line. So that's how we got the numbers and stuff. So I was locked out of that. It's just time to fix it. So normally I would be more prepared. I would take my time to get that done. But I was having to sit and have problems. I'm sorry, we use this all that. She is going to text me a copy of the driver's license. But my phone does not get any signal. So let me know when it comes. Sure. Mine gets better signal in the hall than it does here. Yeah. I've got to see I need one more. I tried to call your phone. That's it. Call that immediately. So that's Miss Awesome. She told me the license is and she has a history device passwords and well, it looks like it's saying overzealous officer. Got its plea ready to go. Sure. Oh, excellent. No, you're still here. She just gave me this traffic stuff. Dr. Graves, talk to Ms. Bascom / Butler, Moan, and Lee, I talked to you yesterday. We just need to. Okay. Let me see if I can.
All right, I'm ready for announcements, please. Whatever we got that's going to resolve this calendar.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have one announcement on Mr. Graves.
Mm-hmm.
He is on page 2.
Okay.
The state is going to not pause that case. He did provide sufficient proof today.
All right, Mr. Graves, thank you so much. You're free to go at this time. Please be safe. Thank you, Solicitor Hagler.
You're welcome.
All right, so as I see it, we have Darko, 2 cases remaining, Faison, Hicks, Jackson, Leno, Matthew.
Yes, Your Honor, we are, Attorney Lynch just went out to see with another client, but we are already on. You have anybody you ready on now?
Yeah, that was Miss Leno. She's still on the Zoom call, and we're ready to proceed. There will be a that's no low plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Leno is a no-lo?
Yes.
All right, I'm ready whenever y'all are. Miss Leno, I need to see you and hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. 1 second. Let's get the solicitor back in.
I'm right here, Judge.
Oh, okay.
In the courtroom.
All right, Miss Leno, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus, State of, sorry, it kept scrolling past. State of Georgia versus Beverly L. Leno, 2021 CR 07506 for criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer. You're represented by Attorney Taz Taylor, who's in the courtroom. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, we plead nolo to both counts 1 and counts 2.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about April the 7th of 2021, pursuant to the warrant in the packet, the defendant did commit the offense of criminal trespass when she broke the victim, first name Darren, D as in David, Arrin, last name Powell, P as in Paul, Owell. She broke his 32-inch Sony flat screen TV by throwing a remote control into it, causing it to crack completely across the screen, leaving it unusable out of anger. The victim stated that the TV was about $300. While on the scene, the defendant refused to provide any identification during the investigation. Officer Billings, B as in boy, Illings, asked the defendant several times to provide her name and date of birth. Even after admitting to committing the crime, the defendant continued to reply, I am not telling you SHIT, for I have the right not to provide you anything. At that time, the defendant was arrested for criminal trespass and obstruction and hindering investigation. Your Honor, at this time, for count 1, the state is recommending 12 months to serve 7 days, commuted to time served, balance suspended, and for count 2, 12 months to serve 7 days, commuted to time served, balance suspended, to run concurrent. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Taylor?
Nothing further from the defense, Your Honor. We just ask that you accept the negotiated plea.
All right, ma'am, just be mindful that there are better ways to deal with anger. Not sure what the trigger was, but there are much better ways to deal with anger where it doesn't end up costing you. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So counts 1 and 2, no low, 12 months to serve 7 days, credit for time served. The balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. These counts will run concurrent with each other.
Okay, no problem. And I wanted to speak to him. I don't know if we're able to go to like a separate room. I just wanted to ask him a question.
Oh, you mean me, Ms. Lena?
Yes.
Ms. Lena, I'll
Can he call you later?
Yeah, you can call me.
Okay,
I'll
that's
follow
fine.
up with you after court, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I can leave now or do I stay?
You can leave. You're
now.
finished.
All right, have a good day, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, so that remained Matthew, Jackson, Hicks, Faison, and Darko.
Your Honor, Matthew is next.
Yes.
Okay, come on up. All right, so Mr. Matthew, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Cayenne Vincent Matthew 2021 CR 08372 for suspended registration, no insurance, and no tag expired or invalid tag. What does your client plead to the offenses before the court, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, that would be, so count 1 would be null pros for the plea. Count 2, we're going to ask the court to accept a no-low plea, which he should be eligible for as far as the state is concerned, and will plead guilty to count 3.
All right. By entering a plea of no low to count 2 and guilty to count 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about October the 19th of 2021, while patrolling the area of Terra Boulevard in Battle Creek, Clayton County, Georgia, Officer Tyler T-Y-L-O-R Santos, S as in Sam, A-N, T as in tree, O-S, checked the license plate, was checking license plates for stolen vehicles when he observed the defendant traveling on Terra Boulevard south towards North Carter Drive. He checked the plates for the defendant through GCIC, and the registration returned suspended with no active insurance. At that time, Officer Santos conducted a traffic stop. The defendant advised he was not sure if the vehicle had insurance. He called his girlfriend, and the girlfriend said that the vehicle did not have insurance. Your Honor, the state's recommendation at this time is count one, we're gonna knock cross. Count two, a fine of $200, suspended. And then count three, a fine of $100.
All right. Sir, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty of NOLO to count two and guilty to count three. On count two, it's a $200 fine. It'll be suspended. And on count three, it's a $100 fine. With the surcharges, that'll be $151.50. Do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
I'm out of town right now,
Not
so
today,
when I
but
come back, yeah.
I give you 30
Okay, yeah,
days
yeah.
to pay. Do you need more
Yeah.
than 30 days? I'm sorry.
No, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So this is the last thing I'm going to ask you, Mr. Matthew. If you would put your email address in the chat room and chat it to Deputy Court Clerk Sierra Willis. So you're looking for Deputy Court Clerk. You know how to use the chat function?
I'll figure it out.
Okay. So when you click on the
Okay,
chat.
Hey. Hi, I will send him a chat so he can see and send it to me.
Okay, so you'll see a little red number pop up. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And then you just respond to that with your email address, okay? And once you do that, then you'll be free to go. But check it, make sure everything's the numbers and letters are in the right place.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Be safe. Thank you. All right, so next announcement.
So for Mr. Hicks, we are going to enter a not guilty plea on the case that came down from Superior Court.
Okay, that's 2021 CR 08241.
Correct, Judge. And then for the other case, the traffic case, we do have a resolution today.
All right, what's the Mr. Hicks? Where's Mr. Hicks? Come on up. All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you're before the court for case 2021 CR, I'm sorry, case 2022 CR 00994, invalid registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, no insurance and intent violation. How does your client plead to the four offenses before the court?
Yes, Your Honor. Count one will be no pros. That's the invalid registration. Count two, that would be a guilty plea to expired tag. Count three, a NOLO plea to no insurance. Count four will be no pros for the plea.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count two and NOLO to count three, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about December 7th of 2021, the defendant did receive traffic citations from Officer Zaney, Z as in zebra, ANNIE, Billingsley, B as in boy, ILLINGSLEA, for window tint violation. According to the traffic citation, the entire front window was tinted. The left front window was tinted at 13% per the tint meter. Officer Billingsley also found that the defendant had suspended registration per GCIC for insurance lapse, and that there was no valid insurance policy as it was canceled. All of these events did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. At this time, Your Honor, the state's recommendation, count 1, we're gonna non-profit. Count 2, a fine of $100. Count 3, a fine of $200. And the state's gonna non-profit count 4.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to count 2 and NOLO to count 3, the court is going to sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $100 on count 2. That's $151.50 with the surcharges. On count 3, it's $200. That'll be $298 with the surcharges. Counts 1 and 4 will be no cost, and counts 2 and 3 will run concurrent. Mr. Hicks, do you wish to pay the amount today, or do you need additional time? I can give you up to 60 days to pay.
That's fine. Can I take the 60 days?
Okay, what I need you to do is to go downstairs to the second floor. When you leave the courtroom, go to the second floor, come out, turn to your left in the hallway. And when you get to the traffic court window, they'll pull up your name and give you your paperwork. Do not leave the courthouse until you get your paperwork. That'll give you the date by which you need to pay. Put a reminder in your phone so you don't miss that deadline, okay? If you miss the deadline to pay, an arrest warrant could issue.
Okay.
All right, so go downstairs to the second floor and get that paperwork for me, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, also on the other case, Mr. Hicks, just remember you have bond conditions. Do not violate your bond conditions. Do not pick up another charge, because that could also be a violation of your bond conditions. If you do that, you could end up in jail or have additional misdemeanors or felonies. So please, if you don't know what your bond conditions are, ask for a copy of them at the clerk's office. All right, next we have Jackson, Faison, and Darko.
Judge, I'm going to be speaking to Mr. Darko right now. I think that's the last active thing I need to resolve.
Okay. What's going on with Faison, Bishop, whatever?
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. Butler slash Fazo. I'm waiting on text message from her so I can present her driver's license to the prosecutor. That will have an effect on the disposition of the case.
All right, Ms. Bishop, have you sent the driver's license?
Yes, ma'am, I sent it.
Okay.
Can I give you a second number to send it to? Maybe it'll come through that number quicker.
You know, it's bad.
Yes, sir.
The courtroom has really bad Wi-Fi, internet.
Terrible Wi-Fi and terrible phone service.
Yeah, try, if you go out to the hallway by the window, it might help.
I will do that, Your Honor, and I'm going to send Ms. Bishop my direct telephone number now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hold on. Oh, she's trying to text the picture to me. Oh. How was that been sent to? First name, last name.
Are we ready on anything? We just have two, Jackson and Darko. And Faison, I'm sorry, three.
Your Honor, I just,
Yes.
I received the documentation from Ms. Faiso and I provided it to Solicitor Hagler. So she's reviewing that now.
Okay.
Mr. Lynch is in the hallway speaking with Mr. Darko currently.
Okay.
And he has Ms. Jackson's case, so I don't know the status of that at the moment.
Okay.
Hmm? not come through yet. Oh, I got it. Did not send me.
Have you ever been to it?
All right, we're waiting on, what are we waiting on? Okay, what are we waiting on?
Your Honor, what are y'all waiting on? I have Mr. Darko, gonna have that resolved here or an announcement here in a moment after speaking to.
Okay, is it gonna be a not guilty? Because if so, I can go ahead and take that now.
I'm not sure. We're gonna resolve one of the cases. Judge, I can go ahead and make an announcement for Mr. Darko on case 2021 CR 08243. He will be entering a not guilty plea for today.
All right. What about the other one?
Judge, so there's a little, I believe we'll be resolving 2022 CR 00881. Oh, no. Yeah. So we will be resolving 2022 CR 00881.
Okay, what's going on with Bishop or Faison and Jackson?
Faison still waiting on a check from my investigator, but that should be resolved today. Probably after the plea that we do in
Right. Judge, Ms. Jackson is likely going to be a not guilty plea. She does want to resolve the case, so that's why she's still hanging out. I was hoping to do a little bit more negotiating, but I just need to check in with her and make sure that she does indeed want to enter a not guilty plea.
Okay, whatever the case is with Ms. Jackson, if y'all enter a not guilty, you need to remind her that she's already here on a family violence ordinance violation. She does not need to violate any more terms and conditions of her bond for either case.
Yeah, she's aware of the conditions with regard to the victim in the case. Judge, we are going to enter not guilty plea for Ms. Jackson for today. But I don't know if we could get a status update, because we do want to find a resolution pretty quickly on her. Like,
So,
some issues.
Mr. Lynch, you understand that if y'all have a plea agreement, I don't care when y'all get it, just we can put it on a calendar, but we no need to hang around today if nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, so Ms. Jackson, I'll accept your plea of not guilty. Please be mindful of the terms and conditions of your bond so that you do not get an additional charge or have your bond revoked. Okay. You're free to go at this time.
That's a different case. These are two different CR numbers. You see what I'm saying? We can address it later, but this has nothing to do with Mr. Carter. So this is obviously a clerical error on his part.
Yes.
Well, I'll follow up with you about that. I just want to make sure.
No, this is 881, right?
Right.
Now we have two.
He's on 08244.
I thought you pled not guilty.
No, he pled not guilty to.
And the 8244 is not proper. That one's not proper, so we're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah, that was not proper.
Please discount to on 00881.
Okay.
Your Honor, are you waiting on us?
I'm waiting on whatever y'all got for me.
So we're ready to enter the plea for 2022 CR 00881 for Mr. Darko.
Okay, Mr. Darko, come on up. Okay, I know they're taking a little. Hold on. All right, Mr. Darko, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Caven Quando. Bondi Caven Quando Darko. You're before the court on 2022 CR 00881 for invalid registration and no tag or expired or invalid tag. What is your client plea to the offenses before the court, Mr. Lynch?
Judge, she'll enter guilty plea to count 2. Count 1 will be null pros for the.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, Your Honor, the defense counsel said that it will stipulate to the factual basis.
That's fine.
So the state's offer, count one is gonna be NARPROS, and then count two, a fine of $100.
All right, Mr. Darko, the fine is $100, $151.50. If you need additional time to pay, I can give you up to 60 days. Did you need additional time or did you wish to pay it today?
Oh, I wish to pay it.
All right, when you go downstairs, you're gonna go to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, you're gonna go to your left to the traffic court window. They'll accept your payment and they'll also give you your paperwork, okay? You have one case remaining. Please make sure you stay in touch with your attorneys. If anything changes about your contact information, let them know first and be mindful of your bond conditions. Please do not violate any conditions of bond, including getting another charge. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go on downstairs and pay. All right, Faison.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, Ms. Faison, Ms. Butler. I'm sorry, not
Yeah.
Butler, Bishop. I apologize.
It's fine.
So the state validated or verified our information on your valid driver's license, so they're dismissing that charge, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, we intend to enter a plea of NOLO to the child restraint violation.
All right, raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Kiera Danae Faison, 2021 CR 08231 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, count one, no license, count two, child restraint violation, count three, and distracted driving, count four. Counts 1, 2, and 4 have been null pros per the state. You're entering a plea of, is it guilty to 3 or NOLO?
NOLO.
All right, you're entering a plea of NOLO to count 3, which is child restraint violation. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about July 15th of 2021, the defendant did receive traffic citations by the officer for distracted driving, driving on a suspended license, and for child safety violation. All of these events occurred in Clayton County, Georgia. Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to NARPROS count 1 and count 2 and count 4, and the state is requesting a fine of $100 in count 3.
All right, so ma'am, the fine is $100, $151.50. You're not at the courthouse, so I generally give 30 days to pay, but I can give up to 60 days if you need that. Do you need a 30 or 60 days?
30 days is fine.
All right. The fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. And ma'am, the most important thing you can do is make sure a child is secured in a vehicle, because once a vehicle stops, the child doesn't stop. And if you haven't seen a video of a child or one of those test dummies hitting the inside of a car at speed, it is a truly frightening thing to see. So you want to make sure that your children are buckled up in the car properly. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'll give you 30 days in which to pay. Please put your email address in the chat function. Send that to Deputy Court Clerk Sierra Willis. Ms.
Okay.
Willis, I think she may be sending you a text message and you can just respond to that. Thank you, Ms. Willis.
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop.
All right, and once you send that, you'll be free to go. I'm gonna go ahead and conform the calendar. I have all, the first case for Darko ending in 8243 is a not guilty. The case ending in 8244 is a no pros. The case ending in 00881 was a plea. Dawson is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Faison is a plea. Graves, a no pros. Harris, a not guilty. Hatcher, not guilty. Hicks, not guilty on the case ending in 08241. Plea on the case ending in 00994. Jackson, not guilty. Leno, plea. Matthew, plea. Prejean, not guilty. Vaughn, bench warrant bond forfeiture, and Walker, not guilty. All right.
And then Phillips was a not guilty as well, Your Honor. I didn't hear you say Phillips.
Okay. I don't know how I missed Phillips.
That was Attorney Lane.
Yes, Attorney Lane case. Mhm.
Okay, yeah. All right. Miss Willis, if you've received that, then we're ready to go.
Judge, Ms. Faison?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see you on the chat. Is it Kiera Powell? No.
Kiera Bishop.
It should say Bishop. Kiera Bishop.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Bishop, please check your email for that, and please don't miss that deadline or an arrest warrant may issue. All right, thank you all so much. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good one.